People usually study early medieval European politics by looking at regions separately or through a view focused mainly on the Franks. Because of this, broad conclusions about the whole continent have often been shaped by only one part of it. To reach a more balanced understanding, one would need a careful comparison of many different kingdoms across Western Europe. Such a task is much larger than this video, yet it is still necessary to examine how government, authority, and political ideas developed in these 6 centuries. Here the focus will be on how power was controlled, how rulers acted, and how political thinking changed over time, while also noting patterns that people across Europe shared. The political world of the early Middle Ages cannot be understood without remembering that it grew from the slow transformation of the Roman Empire. During the first centuries covered here, old Roman systems were fading, but many influences survived. From the 8th century onward, Frankish expansion shaped most of Western Europe. Their armies pushed into lands that had never been under Roman rule and absorbed many new groups. In the later part of this era, the edges of the Carolingian kingdoms almost matched the boundaries of Latin Christianity. Yet Western Europe also included Christian realms far from Frankish control, such as Britain, Ireland, northern Spain, and Benevento in Italy. There were also border regions like Moravia and Bulgaria, where Latin and Greek Christian traditions competed for influence. In the 10th century, new changes followed. Latin Christianity spread farther into Scandinavia, Poland, and Hungary, while the rulers of Kievan Rus accepted Christianity from the Byzantine world. The large size of the Frankish Empire left a strong imprint on the political map that followed. However, Carolingian rulers did not always design their borders by choice. Often they simply kept earlier boundaries after conquering local powers. The Franks adapted to what already existed rather than building a new order from nothing. At its height, the Frankish Empire stretched from Brittany in the west to Carinthia in the east, and from the Pyrenees and northern Italy up to the shores of the North Sea and Baltic. Many diverse peoples lived within it. Understanding how the center ruled these distant areas is key to understanding power from the 8th century onward. The borders were active zones where soldiers, traders, churchmen, and ordinary travelers crossed back and forth, just as they had in Roman times. Yet frontier peoples did not look only toward the Franks. They also traded, fought, and negotiated with others around them. Expansion brought contact, but it also demanded effort to keep order and prevent conflict. Written sources often speak of peace meetings, embassies, and negotiated truces between hostile groups. Even though evidence is uneven, archaeology and texts occasionally reveal how skilled early medieval rulers could be in dealing with neighbors and gathering information, especially in the Byzantine world where records are richer. Outside Frankish authority, yet still connected to it through war, trade, or diplomacy, were Scandinavia, the British Isles, Muslim Spain, the Papacy, Byzantium, the Balkans, and Eastern Europe. Because the Frankish realm was huge, and because it interacted with so many others, Frankish ideas about government became as influential as the older Roman tradition. In some areas, like Croatia or Denmark, new forms of kingship in the 9th and 10th centuries grew directly from Frankish contact and example. A late Roman document called the Notitia Dignitatum lists the many civil and military offices of the empire in the late 4th century. The empire was so large that the emperor needed many officials to rule it, and frequent delegation of authority was unavoidable. Corruption may also have been common. The empire was divided into provinces, each led by a governor who managed law, finance, and local administration. Several provinces formed a diocese, supervised by a vicarius. Dioceses were then grouped into large prefectures, each overseen by a praetorian prefect who held wide authority. These officials relied on scribes and a steady flow of written records to run the state. Military power could easily overshadow civil authority. In the late empire, generals often held enormous influence, especially when emperors themselves often came from the army. Civil and military roles could merge in one person. The rise of the general Aetius, known for campaigns against Goths, Burgundians, and Attila, shows how powerful such leaders could become. Many groups living just beyond Rome's borders supplied soldiers for Roman armies. Their leaders sometimes became high-ranking men within the empire. Stilicho, whose family was of barbarian origin, reached the highest military rank and married into the imperial family. Gundobad of the Burgundians once served Rome in the same way. Euric ruled both his Gothic followers and many Roman subjects in Aquitaine. Even Childeric, father of Clovis, seems to have held Roman provincial office in northern Gaul before Frankish rule expanded. When the central Roman government disappeared in the west, the old provincial structures did not vanish overnight. In many places, former Roman systems of administration and record-keeping continued to function. Local barbarian war leaders began to take on civil duties, often working together with Roman officials who already knew how to run provinces. Military command and civil authority were closely linked. As a result, many habits and tools of the Roman bureaucracy survived inside the early barbarian kingdoms. A Gallo-Roman noble called Sidonius Apollinaris, living in the Auvergne, describes Gothic rule in southern Gaul under kings like Theodoric and Euric. He mentions one colleague who spent his days in the royal council gathering news about events in the wider world, and another who knew German well, translated letters, and acted as a leading legal mind for the Burgundians. These examples show how Roman-style skills and offices were reused in new political settings. In the eastern half of the empire, Roman structures also continued, but they were constantly adjusted to fit new realities, especially from the 7th century onward. In other regions that had never belonged to the Roman Empire, such as Scandinavia, the Slavic lands, and Ireland, communities had their own systems of leadership in war and peace, and their own ways of keeping order and resolving disputes. These local arrangements clearly worked in their own context. However, by the time they appear in written sources, they are already shaped by Christian and classical influences that came through the Church. For example, Irish law and ideas of kingship show a strong mark of the Old Testament. This makes it hard to see clearly what pre-Christian structures looked like. In addition, many of the earliest descriptions of areas outside the Old Empire were written by observers from Romanized regions. They interpreted what they saw using their own concepts and vocabulary, writing in Latin with layers of meaning already attached. Frankish references to Slavs or Scandinavians, for instance, are therefore not a neutral record and are of limited use for reconstructing how those societies were organized before Christian influence and closer contact with the rest of Europe. Even though the Roman inheritance remained powerful, the political forms that arose in Europe during the 6th, 7th, and 8th centuries should be understood in their own right. It is misleading to treat early medieval kingdoms as a chaotic, decayed version of late Roman society. or as a rough and unfinished first stage of the more familiar political systems that existed in Europe after the 11th century. They were different in structure, purpose, and self-understanding, and must be studied as such. At the same time, the shape of early barbarian kingdoms cannot be separated from the special conditions of the 5th century and the years after the deposition of the last Western Roman emperor in 476. Regions that had long been governed from the imperial center suddenly experienced the absence of central control. Local populations were mixed, long-settled inhabitants, army units and their families, and people from other parts of the empire who had settled as landowners or officials in both civil and church hierarchies. All of them now had to organize themselves without imperial direction. Exactly how new leaders and institutions appeared in the 5th and 6th centuries is often unclear. In Britain, for example, we depend mostly on later guesses, reconstructions based on conditions a century or more after Roman rule had ended, and a great deal of archaeological evidence. The neat picture of a set of fixed kingdoms in early England is largely the work of historians writing from the 8th century onward, who may have found it hard to imagine looser or more fluid arrangements. One such writer, Bede, at least shows some awareness that the situation was more complicated than a simple map of stable kingdoms suggests. Archaeology indicates that clearly defined small kingdoms only began to harden into shape around the year 600. On the European mainland, the sources are richer. There we can see local elites, the army, and barbarian allies of Rome taking over the work of government. Those who held power were usually men with wealth and reliable armed support. In some of the earliest texts from these successor states, the new rulers are described as kings of specific peoples, who now occupied former Roman provinces and ruled over a mixed population of newcomers and longer-established inhabitants. The primary sources are often unclear, and modern historians argue about the origins and identities of the many groups mentioned: Romans, Gallo-Romans, Hispano-Romans, Romano-Britons, Picts, Scots, Franks, Goths, Lombards, Burgundians, Sueves, Alemanni, Vandals, Angles, Saxons, and others. These labels do not simply describe biological descent. Many of them were shaped after the fact, as part of a process modern scholars call ethnogenesis, in which collective identities are built and defined over time. This process is especially visible in histories written from the 6th century onward, such as narratives about the Goths that tell of legendary origins and long migrations. Stories about the beginnings of royal dynasties played a central role in this. Their successes in battle, their ability to defeat rivals, and their defense of their followers strengthened loyalty and a sense of belonging. Law and the reach of a ruler's authority also helped create political identity, regardless of ethnic background. In other words, these peoples are, to a significant degree, products of texts and shared stories, not fixed tribes existing from time immemorial. We might compare these early kingdoms to a loose association of nations gradually freeing themselves from older imperial or provincial frameworks. Archaeology cannot easily define who counted as Roman or non-Roman. What it can show are changes in settlement patterns, burial customs, material culture, and the concentration of wealth. If we insist on chasing the exact proportion of old identities in each society, we risk missing what was new. It is like eating a soufflé and focusing only on the separate amounts of eggs, cheese, and flour instead of the final dish. It is more useful to ask how these different groups, once mixed together, arranged their social and political life. Their ways of governing combined what they inherited with new solutions tailored to local needs. In many cases, barbarian kingdoms roughly followed the outlines of former Roman provinces. The old civitas units, which were city territories with surrounding countryside, were taken over by the church and became the basis for dioceses under bishops. In Roman times, the reach of central administration defined the borders of the empire, as described in documents like the Notitia Dignitatum. In the early Middle Ages, it was now the reach of a king's power that defined his kingdom. It is significant that rulers were usually, though not always, named as kings of a people rather than kings of a land. Clear territorial thinking developed slowly. Over time, political communities began to be described more precisely in geographical terms. A famous example is the division of the Frankish Empire at the Treaty of Verdun in 843, when the surviving sons of Louis the Pious divided their father's realm. One son received the lands to the east of the Rhine, including some districts on the western bank. Another took a long strip between the Rhine and the Scheldt, and down through regions along the Meuse and the Rhone to the Mediterranean, with certain extra areas attached. The third son was given the rest of the western territories down to Spain. This settlement created a central Middle Kingdom, later called Lotharingia, which became an area of constant dispute and was not definitively settled until many centuries later. Below the level of the king's realm were smaller units such as dioceses, counties, or, in the Frankish case, pagi. These were managed by officials acting on behalf of the ruler. Over time, new units were invented, such as ealdordoms, shires, and hundreds in England, or themes in the Byzantine Empire. The military role of these subdivisions varied, but a count or similar official usually had several tasks: overseeing courts and justice, supervising mints, maintaining roads and bridges, and calling up troops for campaigns when ordered. Sometimes counts were outsiders sent into a region. In other cases, they were drawn from powerful local families. As we move toward the 10th century, countships and similar offices increasingly became hereditary and linked closely to the family's land. In border regions, especially in frontier zones of the Frankish realm, marcher counts carried even greater responsibility for defense and for handling relations with neighboring powers beyond the king's direct control. At the top of all these arrangements stood the king. He was commander of the army and carried the main responsibility for keeping peace and upholding justice. Like Roman emperors before him, he issued laws, often after discussion with leading men and advisors. From the beginning, his relationship with the church was also central. His authority was seen as coming from God, and he was thought to be answerable for both the earthly welfare and the spiritual safety of his people. When the Visigothic king, Record in Spain, led his kingdom from Arian to Catholic Christianity in 589, he explained that God had entrusted him with the rule of the realm for the benefit of the many peoples under his care. Under the Carolingian rulers, this idea of royal responsibility grew even stronger and influenced later generations. Kings were expected to care about the moral life of their subjects, about correct worship and belief, and about the spread of learning so that people would understand their faith properly. They called on their subjects to join them in the effort to build a Christian society where justice and good order were maintained. What people expected of a king in the early Middle Ages was not always the same. The answer would differ if we spoke of a Burgundian ruler around 500, a Kentish king in the 6th century, a Visigothic king in 7th century Spain, or Charlemagne at the end of the 8th century. This is partly because their circumstances were different, and partly because the kinds of sources we have for each case vary. Our picture of kingship is filtered through what has survived in writing. By the time detailed accounts of rulers in the successor kingdoms were written, from the 6th century onward, the norms and expectations of kingship may already have changed compared to the 5th century. Still, from their recorded actions in narrative histories, we can form an idea of what kings believed they could do and what their followers thought was normal. Actual practice could shape later theory, while theoretical writing could in turn refine and justify methods of control and punishment. Some of the earliest windows onto these rulers are their law codes and the first narratives about them. These include hostile descriptions of persecuting Vandal kings in North Africa, lively stories of Merovingian rulers in Gaul, and praise-filled accounts of Visigothic kings once they had adopted Catholic belief. Even though their authors differed in style and opinion, they shared certain assumptions about the wide powers of a king and the areas in which he acted. In making laws, early medieval kings most closely resembled Roman emperors. Yet the warrior side of their role remained fundamental. Many rulers owed their position and continued authority to their success in war. Qualities such as courage, military skill, quick judgment, and the ability to win battles inspired loyalty and trust. A strong king made people feel protected, and this sense of security was a major part of his political strength. A capable ruler used all available tools of good government to reinforce his control. At the same time, power could be abused. A king could step outside accepted limits, rule through fear, and become a tyrant, placing himself above the law instead of acting as its guardian. Within the royal household, the king was not alone. He was supported by the queen. Her position and influence seem to have depended a lot on how succession worked in each kingdom. In some realms, such as that of the Visigoths, and, to a lesser degree, the Lombards, kings were in theory elected, and no single family managed to keep the throne for generation after generation. In other places, especially among the Franks under the Merovingians and later the Carolingians, rule usually passed from father to son, or to several sons who shared the inheritance. In Ireland, kingship also followed lines of male descent, but often through one chosen son rather than all of them. In the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, rulers were normally chosen from the men of a leading royal kin group, and only during the later 9th century did a clear pattern of father-to-son succession emerge in the House of Wessex, and then become standard for the kings of England. The Picts may have been unusual because their kingship seems, at least in some traditions, to have followed a line of descent through women, though this is much argued over. Because of these different systems of succession, queens did not always have the same visibility or importance. Among the Anglo-Saxons, the Irish, and the Visigoths, queens often appear less central in the written record than in Frankish or Byzantine sources. This may reflect real differences, but it may also be due to the kinds of narratives that survive. Even so, we know that some queens in Lombard Italy, such as Theodelinda and possibly Gundeperga, played major roles in the 7th century. In the Frankish and Byzantine worlds, a queen's standing was closely tied to her ability to provide male heirs. In the Byzantine Empire, the emperor's consort held the title Augusta. She was usually his wife, but if he was widowed, he might grant the title to a daughter or to another woman, because a prominent female figure was considered necessary for court rituals and public life. In Western kingdoms, the queen also seems to have been in charge of the domestic side of the palace, overseen household officials, and controlled resources connected with feeding and maintaining the court. Many charters, letters, and stories also show queens acting as mediators, peacemakers, patrons, and sometimes as plotters. Goiswintha, queen of the Visigoths, is said to have worked with one bishop against the Catholic supporters of King Recared. Rosamund, queen of the Lombards, is remembered as the woman who organized the killing of her husband, King Alboin. A queen had direct personal access to the king and could speak to him in private in a way few others could. Strong and determined women took full advantage of this. Their influence reached into the life of the church as well, through friendships with important clergy, grants of land and wealth to churches and monasteries, and encouragement of particular writers and scholars. In this cultural and religious patronage, early medieval queens followed the example of the powerful empresses of the 5th century Roman Empire. We can see this both in Theodelinda, Queen of the Lombards, who supported churches and promoted Catholic belief, and in Judith, wife of the Emperor Louis the Pious, who was active in court politics and patronage in the 9th century. It is also notable how many queens acted as regents for underage sons or grandsons. Amalasuintha ruled on behalf of Athalaric among the Ostrogoths in the 6th century. In the Frankish kingdoms, queens such as Brunhild, Balthild, and Nantachild governed for young Merovingian kings like Theudebert II, Theuderic II, Clothar III, and Clovis II. In Byzantium, the Empress Irene ruled for her son Constantine and later took power herself. In Germany during the late 10th century, Adelaide and Theophano ruled in the name of the child king Otto III. Other royal women, including daughters, sisters, and aunts of kings, sometimes exercised similar influence. Many were formally removed from direct politics by marriages to lesser nobles or by entering religious life. But in practice, they often controlled rich monasteries and maintained close ties to the royal court. For example, Gisela the Younger, and Rotrud, sister and daughters of Charlemagne, oversaw the great convent of Chelles, while staying deeply involved with royal affairs. The female relatives of Otto I held powerful abbeys such as Quedlinburg and Gandersheim. These monasteries served as luxurious lodging places for the traveling court. Through their control of such houses, royal women helped shape the movement and presence of the king and his household, and thus played a key role in the government of the Saxon kingdom. The political behavior of early medieval societies can be studied by looking both at what people did and at what they expected from leaders. Narrative sources such as histories of the Franks, Goths, Lombards, and Anglo-Saxons, and the many sets of annals from across Western Europe strongly influence how we view power in this period. These texts highlight two main themes: agreement and cooperation on the one hand, and physical and social closeness to the ruler on the other. Modern historians have often discussed the idea of consensus, mainly in relation to the Frankish kingdoms, and sometimes have wrongly treated it as simply borrowed from late Roman politics. In fact, it was a basic feature of early medieval government. Consensus shines a light on how rulers and noble elites worked together. It shows the mix of dependence, support, rivalry, and self-interest in relations between kings and great men. It is hard to state fixed rules for how Carolingian politics functioned, and it is even harder to do so for other regions, because many royal decrees, especially Frankish and Italian capitularies, seem to respond to particular problems instead of laying out a clear long-term policy. Even so, local politics often mirrored court politics. Powerful local men, sometimes called potentes, actively took part in government at all levels and helped carry out royal decisions. Kingship was not just a system. It was also about the qualities of the person who held the office. The strength, judgment, and resources of individual kings mattered as much as structures. It is true that the institution could survive child kings, gaps between rulers, or regencies in which others governed on behalf of a weak or absent monarch. In such cases, the framework of kingship continued even if the king himself could not control events. However, if a king or a series of kings pushed the system too hard for selfish gain, or more commonly, if they were not strong enough to use its tools effectively, their dynasty could fall. We see this among the Visigoths and the Merovingian Franks, where the royal line collapsed, although the idea of kingship itself remained and new families took the throne. 3 examples help show how rulers were chosen and how they were given the means to rule. Among the Lombards in 584, after 10 years of being ruled mainly by regional dukes, these dukes decided to appoint a king again. They agreed to give up half of their property so that the new ruler would have enough resources to support his household, his officials, and the people who served him at court. When Pippin III took the royal title among the Franks in the middle of the 8th century, he did so, the sources say, with the advice and agreement of all the leading Franks. Later, in 888, after the death of a West Frankish king, and with the rightful heir still an infant, the nobles chose one of their own, Odo, Count of Paris, because he had shown courage and leadership in defending them against Viking attacks. In each case, people with power judged both who should lead and what he needed to perform that role. Loyalty to a ruler had to be created and maintained. It could grow from personal trust and shared experience in war and council, but it could also be encouraged by rewards. Gifts of gold, swords, horses, jewelry, land, and official positions helped bind followers to the king, and at the same time increased their own power and prestige. When followers chose a ruler and proclaimed him king, they also publicly committed themselves to him. Charlemagne, for example, required his subjects to swear formal oaths of loyalty, both while he was king and again after he became emperor. His successors did the same. These oaths stated clearly the mutual duties that tied followers and lord together. A typical oath promised faithful help, honesty, support in advice and in action, and the intention that the ruler should be able to carry out the authority that, in their eyes, had been given to him by God for the good and salvation of his people. Closeness to the king was another crucial factor in power. Holding a title such as duke or count, or bearing honorable ranks granted by the ruler gave status, but being personally near the king at court could matter just as much. Those who enjoyed this closeness received not only honor and protection, but also practical benefits, such as the king's backing in lawsuits or disputes, and extra grants of treasure or land. It was in the interest of the leading class as a whole that the king should remain strong enough to enforce his will, because their own rights and privileges depended on it. At the same time, proximity to the ruler was dangerous. Court politics always contained rival groups. A noble could fall from grace, lose his lands and wealth, or even be killed. Merovingian and Visigothic rulers, in particular, did not hesitate to execute those they suspected of betrayal or disloyalty. Men thus shifted sides, supported different candidates for the throne, or went into exile and offered their skills to foreign rulers. Throughout Europe, we find references to such exiles, including individuals who traveled far from home to serve new lords. One Viking Age memorial stone from Sweden speaks of two brothers who died while serving abroad, showing how movement and service at distant courts formed part of this world. Power culture combined personal intimacy with serious responsibility and real risk. Life at court was not only about formal politics. Shared activities like feasting, hunting, riding, and even bathing together were part of how kingship worked. The king's public enjoyment of such pastimes with his followers strengthened bonds and displayed his wealth and authority. One writer notes that Charlemagne liked to bathe in the hot springs at Aachen with his companions, sometimes with 100 or more men in the pool at once. Another tells us that Louis the Pious loved hunting, especially in late summer when the deer were fat, and spent long periods at the chase before turning to hunt wild boar. Many royal residences and palaces seem to have been designed in part as hunting bases, such as Thionville in the Ardennes or Tamworth in Mercia. Courts of the Lombards, Carolingians, Anglo-Saxons, Ottonian German rulers, Byzantine emperors, and the emirs of Cordoba also became centers of learning and art at different times. They promoted scholars, poets, and artists, and supported the copying of books and the creation of fine objects. Wealthy bishops and nobles often imitated this patronage in their own households. Inside kingdoms, rival claims to the throne often led to civil wars. In such times, defeated factions became harder to control, and kings could not simply impose their will everywhere. In the 10th century, rulers in France and Italy had less direct reach over all parts of their theoretical realm than earlier Carolingian kings had enjoyed, so they became less central to the ambitions of the great families around them. In the German kingdom, rulers could exercise firmer command in some regions, but still did not fully control every area. Only in some comparatively small kingdoms, like England and Leon Castile, both influenced by Carolingian models, did kings in the 10th century manage to strengthen their direct authority over their subjects, though even their recent expansion of territory made governing difficult. In much of Latin Europe at this time, the real holders of public power, those who presided over courts, enforced peace, and organized local government, were dukes and counts rather than kings. They followed Carolingian patterns of rule, but on a narrower stage. Men who gathered at court served both as advisors to the king and as officers within the palace administration. One should not try to divide early medieval government too sharply into separate categories. In many realms, lay nobles and clerics shared responsibility for public affairs, even if they had different primary roles. In the Visigothic kingdom, church councils not only dealt with religious matters, but also passed rules against political plots and rebellion. In Anglo-Saxon England, kings hosted meetings at which papal legates addressed both churchmen and secular leaders. In the Ostrogothic kingdom of Italy, and under the Lombards before the Frankish conquest, bishops did not seem to play such a direct part in political decision-making. Lombard laws, for example, refer mainly to secular judges and advisors. Under the Carolingian rulers, we see especially clearly how flexible official roles could be. A court notary might also be a priest and a learned scholar. A bishop had to care for his diocese in religious and material ways, but he might also serve as royal advisor, as an inspector or envoy, and as a military or diplomatic leader. A count might judge cases, lead troops on campaign, manage both royal and private estates, and support churches and monasteries. Clerics played a large role in government, while lay nobles often gained control of abbeys as a reward for their service. In such cases, they enjoyed the income of the monastery, but were also expected to protect its members and interests. In the expansion and consolidation of the Frankish kingdom, both clerics and laymen sought similar kinds of advancement and displayed similar signs of power and wealth. Although we know this best from Frankish sources, similar patterns can be seen elsewhere. Church and secular politics were deeply linked in the councils of Toledo in the Visigothic realm. Bishops in Armagh, London, York, and Canterbury were central figures in both religious and political life in Ireland and England. Italian clergy played a strong part in stabilizing Frankish rule after the conquest of the Lombard kingdom. Ottonian rulers in Germany relied heavily on both lay lords and leading churchmen. Offa of Mercia tried to establish his own archbishop within his kingdom. The Bulgar ruler, Boris, negotiated with the papacy about creating a high-ranking church leader in his land. These examples all show how tightly religious and political ambitions were woven together. In most early medieval kingdoms, there was a group of officials responsible for administration, supported by notaries who drafted documents. These written texts recorded royal decisions, answered petitions, and confirmed grants and rights. Many survive as royal charters. Their standardized form, which goes back to late Roman practice, shows the strength of Roman influence on early medieval government. References and later copies indicate that the Ostrogoths, Vandals, Burgundians, Lombards, and Visigoths all used written documents in administration and law. Original documents from before the 8th century survive only from the Merovingian Frankish kingdoms, where they continue late Roman patterns, and from Anglo-Saxon England, where Roman-style documentation was reintroduced by Christian missionaries. These originals preserve details that later copies sometimes omit. All kings, however, needed a circle of trusted officials to handle such tasks at court and throughout their realms. Among the Franks, we can trace a royal writing office with an arch-chancellor and a team of notaries through the 8th, 9th, and 10th centuries. Later, this model was copied by counts and dukes in new duchies and principalities such as Burgundy, Flanders, Lotharingia, Normandy, Aquitaine, Saxony, Bavaria, Spoleto, and Tuscany, as well as in independent kingdoms like England, the northern Spanish realms, and the states of Central and Eastern Europe. England certainly had a royal writing office by the 10th century, and perhaps earlier. The Franks also had a palace chapel with a chief chaplain and staff, who may have combined religious duties with writing and record-keeping. Some bishops were even granted special permission to leave their dioceses so that they could serve the king full-time at court. The large number of letters, laws, charters, and orders produced at these royal centers shows that writing and literacy were deeply rooted in the political life of early medieval Europe. The eastward expansion of the Carolingian realm led to major changes in administration beyond the immediate court. The king strengthened local contact and control through a network of counts acting as royal agents. In addition, from the later 8th century onward, a special system of royal envoys known as missi dominici was introduced and reorganized. These royal envoys usually worked in pairs, normally a count and a bishop, and were given responsibility for a defined region. They traveled through their districts, hearing complaints, checking that local officials observed royal orders, and ensuring that justice was done. One such envoy, Theodulf of Orleans, wrote a poem warning judges against taking bribes and favoring the rich. Another writer describes how people in Italy trusted the authority of a Frankish royal envoy named Wala and appealed to him when they sought fair judgment. Other kingdoms developed their own arrangements that resembled the Frankish system in some ways, though the need for written records varied. In Iceland, leading landowners known as Godar gathered with others at a central assembly called the Thing to discuss laws and resolve disputes. In eastern Brittany, local leaders called Mactierns presided over village meetings and sometimes initiated legal action. In Lombard Italy, administration was more formal. Local officials, known as gastalds, could govern a city instead of a duke or count or oversee royal estates in a given territory. In the Byzantine Empire, there was a large, complex central bureaucracy staffed by professional civil servants, and provinces organized into units that combined military and administrative functions. Senior officials reported back to the capital and were paid from the center. Of course, not every official was honest or efficient. Some were corrupt, lazy, or incompetent. But it would be unfair to judge an entire system only by its worst examples. In general, early medieval administrative structures, with their focus on carrying out the king's will and maintaining order and justice, were flexible enough to adapt to different local conditions. They could also be strengthened and extended by rulers who wanted more control. The king's physical presence was itself a sign of power. The court was wherever the king happened to be. In some kingdoms, such as Ireland, Scotland, England, Lombard Italy, Visigothic Spain, Bulgaria, or Denmark, rulers had main centers that served as royal seats and sometimes as religious sites as well. Places like Tara and Dublin, Dunkeld, Winchester, London, York, Pavia, Toledo, Pliska, or Gelling acted as capitals and as locations for central administration and palace complexes. At the same time, many kings moved around their realms. Their courts were itinerant, staying in various royal estates, city palaces, country residences, and hunting lodges. Charlemagne and Louis the Pious, for example, often stayed at Thionville, Aachen, Frankfurt, Paderborn, and Regensburg. Hosting the court required careful planning for food, fodder, and lodging. The king and his entourage were also guests of bishops and abbots in important sees and monasteries. Plans for great monasteries, like that of St. Gall, show special quarters for high-ranking guests, as does the archaeological evidence from the monastery of San Vincenzo al Volturno in Italy. Such royal monasteries formed an essential part of the landscape of royal power, offering both material support and symbolic prestige to the traveling court. One of the most important tools of government in the early Middle Ages was the public assembly. These were large meetings where leading nobles and high churchmen came together, both in the royal center and in local regions. At such gatherings, people settled disputes, brought petitions, took collective decisions, and approved new laws. Often these meetings took place in spring, at the same time as the army was being called up for a campaign. In 7th century Spain, for example, Visigothic kings ruled largely through the big councils that met regularly in Toledo. Church councils in general also acted as places where secular elites could meet and discuss wider political matters. By the late 7th century, in the Frankish lands, a form of public court called the placetum had developed. It continued well into the 11th century as a regular setting where legal conflicts were heard in front of a local audience that included landowners and other important men. This way of doing politics clearly drew on Roman traditions, especially in its use of public language about the community and public power. The topics discussed at assemblies in the 8th and 9th centuries can be seen in the records that survive. These include royal decrees, known as capitularies, the acts of church councils, and single-page charters that record particular judgments. Together, they show how wide the scope of such meetings was. The council held at Frankfurt in 794, for example, condemned the idea that Christ was only an adopted Son of God, rejected the Byzantine position on religious images, set rules for weights and measures, and issued instructions about church discipline and lay religious behavior. A general capitulary issued in 802 dealt with many aspects of royal power, punishment of crimes, and the running of justice. In the Kingdom of Italy, in the 10th and 11th centuries, more than 300 records from public court sessions show emperors or their agents presiding over legal cases. In Iceland, around the year 1000, the National Assembly known as the Althing decided that the country would officially accept Christianity. In England, royal charters list numerous lay and clerical witnesses. These witness lists reveal that kings often summoned gatherings of leading men as a way of strengthening their control. The various law codes produced by early medieval kingdoms are also the end result of discussion between kings and their great men in such settings. Many key features of early medieval legal life and government, especially those developed or formalized under the Carolingian rulers, shaped Europe far beyond the early Middle Ages. Yet modern scholarship has often focused more on the legal changes of the 11th and 12th centuries and forgotten how much earlier foundations mattered. The Church was deeply involved in this early achievement. Churchmen took part in administration and government, and religious ideals were woven into the political thinking of secular rulers. Kings and nobles cared about spiritual questions just as clergy did. The later idea of a sharp divide between church and state does not fit this period. Many leading church figures were also strong defenders of law. Hincmar, Archbishop of Reims, in the 9th century, insisted that all people, including nobles and rulers, were bound by law. He explained that some laws were to be carried out by kings and their officers in governing their regions, and that royal decrees made with the agreement of the ruler's followers had equal force. He also repeated the view, drawn from earlier Christian thinkers, that once laws were agreed, judges were no longer free to argue about them, only to apply them. The clearest line of continuity with the Roman world is found in law and in the use of writing for legal purposes. Roman law did not suddenly collapse. It was gradually adjusted to new realities. Early medieval law in the West had several layers. First, there was Roman law in the form of the Theodosian Code, written in Latin in the 5th century. Shortened versions of this code circulated later, the best known being a Visigothic collection often called the Roman Law of the Visigoths. The great legal collection of the Emperor Justinian, produced in the 6th century, was also known in the West, but not widely used until much later, although in the Byzantine world, it became the standard legal reference and was translated and taught in law schools. Second, there were the so-called Germanic laws of peoples such as the Burgundians, Visigoths, Alemanni, Bavarians, Lombards, Anglo-Saxons, Franks, Saxons, and Frisians. Except for the English laws, these texts were also written in Latin and built on Roman models in layout and style. Many of their rules came from late Roman practice or developed from it, while other parts reflected local customs or new decisions. Most of these laws were first written down under specific rulers with the help of their main advisors. A third layer was church law. Rules found in the Bible, especially in the Old Testament, influenced later church legislation. Decisions of early church councils, rulings by bishops of Rome, and Roman imperial laws concerning church matters formed what became known as canon law. During the early Middle Ages, different regions produced their own collections of canon law according to what they thought they needed. Some were made for use in the Frankish or Visigothic kingdoms. At the end of the 8th century, an attempt was made to introduce a more uniform collection with papal support, but pushed strongly by Frankish rulers. In the 10th and 11th centuries, more collections were made by churchmen such as Regino of Prum and Burchard of Worms. These later works, together with earlier collections, helped shape the more formal codification of canon law in the 12th century. At the same time, churchmen north of the Alps often reacted strongly, sometimes critically, to papal attempts to impose uniform standards. A fourth component of early medieval law was fresh royal legislation. This includes the laws issued by English kings from the late 9th century onward, and the law collections known as capitularies, produced by the Carolingians in the late 8th and 9th centuries. In the 820s, a man named Ansegisus collected and arranged the capitularies of Charlemagne and Louis the Pious. His version circulated widely and helped spread a shared legal framework across the Frankish world. When modern scholars discuss medieval law, they often focus on written law. Yet it is hard to know how far judges used written texts in everyday practice. Charters, dispute records, and reports from public courts give occasional glimpses. In principle, legal norms might have been remembered orally by each adult male in the community. In reality, the habit of writing down legal decisions probably encouraged the growth of legal specialists. This is visible, for example, in northern Italy in the 10th century, where people trained in law can be identified. Already in late Roman times, there had been a gap between what the law books said and what happened in practice. The same was true in the early Middle Ages. Law was constantly reinterpreted and reshaped according to changing social conditions. Carolingian rulers frequently ordered judges to follow written law instead of relying only on their own judgment. These orders suggest that many judges often did not consult law books, even though they may still have judged according to commonly accepted norms. Large numbers of copies of the different law codes survive, especially from the late 8th to the 10th centuries. This suggests that these texts were widely copied and distributed along with Carolingian decrees. Many manuscripts show that individuals created their own legal handbooks, probably for personal or local use. A significant group of law books from the Frankish world seems to have been produced by scribes working under the chief of the royal writing office. This implies that the king and his staff took the lead in copying and spreading royal decisions and assembly rulings. In both England and Francia, Some law collections can also be linked with particular senior churchmen who used them in their own territories. The spread of copies of law codes, royal capitularies, canon law, and Roman codes, both in full and in shortened versions, shows that people saw written law as authoritative. These texts were meant to guide legal procedure and help judges decide cases. Early medieval rulers guaranteed the working of law and justice as part of their political role. Roman law, the laws of different peoples, and Carolingian decrees all influenced later legal developments in Western monarchies and supported the emergence of professional lawyers in the High Middle Ages. Within the early kingdoms, law marked political loyalty and social order more than it expressed ethnic identity. It was above all a sign of belonging to a specific political community. Everyday legal transactions between people and institutions were written down in charters. These documents recorded settlements of disputes over land, sales, exchanges, donations, rents, and the freeing of slaves. They show that legal procedures were carried out and recorded in writing. Charters followed Roman-style models but were gradually adapted over time. They were written in Latin and used standard phrases that matched different types of legal action. Collections of such phrases, called formularies, were compiled to help scribes draft charters correctly. In legal hearings, judges and witnesses drew on written law, long-standing custom, written documents like charters, and spoken testimony. Written and oral evidence worked together and depended on each other. Charters provide one of the strongest lines of continuity in social and legal life from the 6th century into the Central Middle Ages. They reveal how men and women defended their rights and set out claims to land and inheritance. Charters that record donations to churches and monasteries also show how religious belief and practical concerns were closely linked. Such gifts expressed piety, but also tied local elites to religious houses that were deeply anchored in their communities. The basic patterns of how charters were used and produced were established early on in all the kingdoms of Latin Europe. Later, as new regions such as Scandinavia and Bohemia were conquered, converted, and drawn into the Christian world, these same practices, along with Latin writing itself, were introduced there too. When we look at the resources that supported government, especially money and military service, the differences between the Roman Empire and early medieval kingdoms become most obvious. The Visigoths, and until about the year 600, the Franks maintained some kind of tax system, but taxes became less central to royal power over time. The most important rewards for loyalty and service were now grants of land. Titles such as count or duke meant little without substantial private estates and bands of armed followers tied to those estates. Armies in most kingdoms were, in practice, made up of these private groups. They also expected land in return for their service. This shift meant that it became more costly to be a great noble in the 7th century than it had been in the Roman world, and the ambitions of aristocrats increasingly focused on building strong local bases as well as serving the ruler. This set the pattern for land-based politics that would dominate European life up to at least the mid-13th century. At the same time, we still know too little about rewards in the form of plunder, luxury goods, weapons, animals, or slaves, which also played a major role alongside land. When rulers distributed land to gain support, they weakened their own future bargaining power because they had less to give later. Since kings and great nobles drew on similar kinds of resources, they often competed on equal terms. This encouraged the decentralization of power in many regions. Roman government had been built on a heavy and complex tax system. Most taxes were based on land and its agricultural output. Some scholars estimate that taxes may have taken more than half of the surplus produced above basic subsistence level. Tax was not the only source of state income. In some places, the state's own estates and their produce also supported administration. Even so, taxes were vital to pay for public works, such as roads and bridges, to maintain the standing army, and to pay soldiers. Money was the key medium of public finance. Stable coinage was therefore crucial. After a period of serious inflation in the late 3rd century and fall in the value of some coins, taxes began to be levied in kind and later in gold. The tax system was very harsh on the poor. Wealthy people often managed to avoid the full burden. Those who collected the taxes, especially city councilors drawn from local elites, often kept part of what they raised. Cities were responsible for collecting tax from the surrounding countryside, and this often set public demands in direct competition with private rents taken by landlords. In the early Middle Ages, the paths of the eastern and western parts of the Old Empire diverged. In the Byzantine Empire, the state kept a strong grip on coinage and taxation. Gold tax remained central to the cycle of collection and spending, even if trade played a limited role. In the West, new rulers tried at first to use Roman fiscal structures, but increasingly they paid officials and supported warriors with land rather than with money. Coinage systems simplified, and the role of tax in everyday government shrank. Indirect taxes rose in importance across the Middle Ages. Charges on transport and on the sale of goods were, at least up to the mid-9th century, reserved to kings and their agents, and provided significant income. Another key feature of early medieval government was the practice of granting immunity. Immunity placed a person, their lands, and their dependents beyond the reach of ordinary royal officials. In principle, they still owed loyalty and service to the king, but responsibility for taxation, justice, and raising troops among the population was handed over by the king to the holder of the immunity. Granting such a privilege was a striking act of self-limitation by the ruler. Yet it was also a way for the king to show his power, because only he could grant such exceptions. Most immunities went to churches and monasteries, and thus also shaped the boundaries between sacred and secular space. Over time, the spread of immunities may have undermined land taxes altogether, although documented immunities appear mainly after land tax had already faded. In practice, services owed by immunists and the principles of public taxation belonged to two different systems. What did continue from late Roman times was the central role of great lay and church nobles as necessary partners in rule. With no permanent standing army, as Rome had once had, the tasks of organizing war and military service shifted more and more to these magnates. From the late 7th century onward, kings increasingly depended on the unity and shared identity of warrior elites built through military success. In the Frankish world, from the time of Charles Martel, and even more under Pippin III and Charlemagne, warfare and expansion became a normal and repeated feature of life. Territorial conquest brought new lands that could be granted to warriors and supporters. Historians have rightly pointed out the growing strength of the Frankish army, made up of professional soldiers, often on horseback, whose income came from estates they held as benefices from royal or church lands. The scale of military and public spending required to support such forces called for a level of organization in logistics and economy not seen in Western Europe since the days of the unified Roman Empire. This efficiency is clear in large campaigns fought at the same time on different fronts, in ambitious engineering projects to link major rivers by canal, and in the careful planning that required groups of church estates to work together to supply labor and materials for royal building works, such as the palace at Aachen in the early 9th century. Although Carolingian kings still ruled through great nobles, they also aimed to strengthen the church and give it new tools and resources. The political economy of their period was dominated by the effort to centralize and control labor, farming equipment, and food production, so that these could be directed to royal needs. One of the most important changes was the new way in which royal and church estates were managed and supervised. Without a permanent standing army like that of Rome, and unlike Byzantium, which maintained smaller professional forces, Western kingdoms organized military service in principle as a duty of free men. This general levy remained the ideal until the 9th century. Around the year 800, Charlemagne introduced rules that only men who held a certain amount of independent land had to serve in person. One decision set the minimum at 4 standard holdings of land. Others who owned less land were expected to pool resources so that one fully equipped fighter could be sent, or more commonly, to pay contributions to a great lord who provided troops on their behalf. Alongside such military obligations, great men owed rulers regular gifts, which were customary annual offerings. These gifts were not Roman in origin, but formed an important part of how loyalty and service were expressed and rewarded. The main unit of money used for such payments in Western Europe was the silver penny, often called the denarius. It was first struck in parts of the Frankish realm around the later 7th century, and soon after in Anglo-Saxon England. Its weight matched that of the small gold coin it replaced, and so had a significantly lower face value. This may have made smaller-scale trade easier, though scholars still debate this point. Under the Carolingians, the standard weight was slightly increased. Over time, the West moved toward a single metal coinage system based first on debased gold and then on silver. Early on, rulers imitated Roman designs and kept some aspects of imperial coinage. Later, distinct coins bearing the names and symbols of Visigothic, Lombard, English, and Frankish rulers appeared. The degree of royal control over coinage varied. In Merovingian Gaul, coinage seems to have been produced mainly in small local mints with limited output, perhaps under looser central control than later. By the 8th century, however, royal authority over coin production is more obvious. In the northwest of Europe, long-distance trade was especially supported by Frisian, and to a lesser extent, Anglo-Saxon pennies, whose issue appears closely tied to commercial activity. Frankish rulers linked their rules about coins to other controls on economic life. They tried to stop private people from taking tolls for themselves, from cheating with false weights and measures, and from using coinage outside royal control. When they spoke of false money, they usually meant coins made in mints that were not under the king's authority, rather than crude fakes made of poor metal. They also punished people who refused to accept proper coins. At first sight, this seems strange, but it probably hides a deeper resistance to royal power among some parts of the population. If we look at where coins were made and where they have been found, it seems that the eastern regions of the Frankish kingdom under Louis the German had an economy that was only lightly based on money. East of the Rhine, people used more labor services and fewer money rents, while west of the Rhine, payments in coins were more common. Yet money still moved quickly and widely, especially in the trading zones around the North Sea. The Franks were very effective in keeping foreign coins out of their lands. Under Louis the Pious, most of Western Europe inside the Frankish Empire used a single basic type of coin, and outside money was largely excluded. Only England and the Principality of Benevento lay outside this system, though English silver pennies were made to the same weight as Frankish pennies after Offa's reforms. Venice even produced coins with Louis's religious motto in its own mint alongside its local issues to make trade easier. In both England and the Frankish realms, putting the king's name and symbols on coins helped to advertise royal authority, although we still do not know exactly how many coins were made. Coinage could also provide a fast way to gather tribute, even if, in many cases, payments in wine, animals, and grain were added. When rulers paid the Vikings large sums to go away, much silver left their lands and was melted down into bullion. From the later 9th century, control over coinage slipped from kings toward great nobles and bishops. These local powers often reduced the metal content and weight of coins to make more pieces from the same amount of silver. After about 900, the history of money reflects the different political directions taken in each kingdom. In Germany, Saxon rulers encouraged the spread of mints into eastern regions and into new kingdoms such as Poland, Hungary, and Bohemia. But these mints were usually run by local lords. In France, coin standards varied from region to region by the end of the 10th century. In Anglo-Saxon England, on the other hand, royal control over coinage remained strong and even grew. By the middle of the 10th century, England had the most tightly organized, though fairly self-contained, monetary system in Western Europe. In some early kingdoms, such as the Lombard and Visigothic realms, family treasure does not seem to have played a big part in struggles for power. In the Frankish world, it was very important. After the deaths of Pippin II and his son Grimoald, rivals seized Pippin's widow and took control of the family hoard. Charles Martel later recovered this treasure and used it to rebuild his power. Charlemagne did something similar when he captured the enormous wealth of the Avars at the end of the 8th century. He used it to shower gifts on neighbors like Offa of Mercia and to reward loyal followers at court. Over time, however, competition for key offices such as countships, abbeys, and bishoprics became more central to high politics than the royal treasury itself. Alongside the practical business of ruling, people in the early Middle Ages also developed strong ideas about what good rule should look like. An Irish legal text known as Crith Gablach, for instance, sets out a weekly timetable for a king. According to this text, a proper ruler should spend one day giving out ale to show hospitality, another day judging disputes among his people, another on games like chess, another on hunting with hounds, another on enjoying his wife's company, another on horse racing, and another again on legal judgments. This list may sound playful, but it reflects serious expectations. A king should be generous, just, sociable, brave, and active in both warlike and peaceful pursuits. In the later Roman Empire, the emperor's presence and power were everywhere felt. From Constantine's time onward, imperial ideology became more openly monarchical and was closely tied to the Christian image of a universe ruled by a single, all-powerful god. Court ceremony grew more elaborate. The emperor's arrivals and victories were marked by carefully staged events. Strict rules governed access to him. Writers described these practices and linked them to Christian ideas about authority. Law codes set out the emperor's legal power, while Christian imperial imagery influenced how later rulers thought about their own position. These ideas spread not only through texts, but also through art, ritual, and the way kings presented themselves in public. In early medieval royal images, the ruler appears with both sacred and practical symbols. In surviving portraits from the 9th century onward, kings are shown with crowns, staffs, and books, and often with the hand of God above them. In some pictures of Charles the Bald and of the Ottonian rulers, the king is surrounded by secular and church nobles, personifications of key virtues such as justice and courage, and symbolic figures representing the lands under his rule. Later, royal portraits across Europe followed similar patterns. A famous example from 11th century England shows Queen Emma and King Canute presenting a golden cross to a monastery. The message is clear. Rulers are God's chosen servants who protect and support the church. These images match what we find in royal rituals. From the 9th century, ceremonies of royal inauguration and coronation became more formalized in the Frankish and Anglo-Saxon worlds. They drew on earlier prayers for kings, such as those used in Visigothic Spain when a ruler went to war. These rituals present the king as God's representative on earth, charged with defending justice and peace for the Christian people. Both Franks and Visigoths, taking their model from Old Testament kings, adopted the practice of anointing rulers with holy oil. Among the Franks, anointing was first used to strengthen the position of the new Carolingian dynasty, when Pippin III replaced the Merovingians. Later, it became standard in Europe for kings to be anointed as part of an elaborate religious service. Ruling families also increased awareness of their special status by ordering prayers to be said for them and their ancestors on fixed days throughout the year in churches and monasteries. Christian ideas of kingship and sometimes broader dreams of a united Christian empire were also set out in teaching texts known as mirrors for princes. Several such works survive from the 9th century. They borrowed from earlier Christian thinkers and biblical models to instruct rulers on right conduct. These treatises, in turn, influenced later political thought. At the same time, other early medieval writings, especially histories and law codes, stress the importance of loyalty, good lordship, and mutual obligation between ruler and followers. As one modern historian has pointed out, political thought in this period appears not only in formal theories, but also in practical, sometimes improvised responses to real problems and to gaps between ideals and reality. Across early medieval Europe, cultures of power and systems of control varied widely from place to place. Yet there were also common themes. Over time, political ideas moved from the simple autocracy of the late Roman Empire through the mixed structures of the early successor kingdoms toward a view of the realm as both a territory and a community. Kings were seen as stewards of a Christian trust, sharing power and responsibility to different degrees with lay and church elites. This gradual development laid much of the groundwork for the political thought and practice of the later Middle Ages. Aristocrats and peasants will be compared as two main social groups. They were never fully separate, and in some regions their lives were closer than in almost any period since 200 BC. However, without treating them as different categories, peasant communities easily vanish from discussion because they are poorly documented, even though they made up nearly 95% of the people. Working within this basic division, European societies may be grouped into three broad worlds: those formed after Rome collapsed in the west, those where the empire continued in the east, and the northern societies that had never been part of Rome. Such a large time span forces generalization, yet this separation allows both regional variety and wider social patterns to be seen more clearly. This approach leaves out certain parts of society. Focus will fall on secular life and lay society, while religious groups and spiritual activity belong to a different context. Craftsmen and traders fit mainly into economic discussion rather than social structure, because their numbers were low and they did not form a sharply defined class. Archaeology shows skilled production in metalwork and pottery, but most craft workers seem to have been part-time and socially close to peasants, while a few specialized roles such as goldsmiths and coin makers stood nearer to the aristocracy. Even in regions where towns survived, like northern Italy, farming remained the foundation of life for almost everyone. Any description of society must acknowledge the dominance of agriculture. The late Roman world around the year 400 was still wealthy and relatively stable, and its upper class can be divided into four overlapping groups. One consisted of senatorial families, some incredibly rich, able to spend vast sums on ceremonial events or selling off estates across several provinces. A second group belonged to the imperial governing elite, drawn partly from senatorial circles and centered in Ravenna and Constantinople, though also present in older urban centers such as Rome or Antioch. A third group was formed by local city councilors, the curiales, wealthy urban families who built temples in earlier centuries and later invested heavily in churches. They felt their influence challenged by state officials, but their wealth and land ownership remained immense, usually concentrated within one city region. The fourth group belonged to the military hierarchy, with commanders playing leading roles in politics. Many came from old senatorial lines, but talented soldiers from border regions or Germanic backgrounds could rise to the top and even become emperors, despite being mocked by civilian elites for unpolished speech or lack of classical learning. Several broad observations follow from these groups. Most members of this elite, including the richest, belonged to civilian rather than military circles, which makes the Roman upper class unusual in pre-industrial history. Their identity rested on education, literary culture, and comfort rather than battlefield glory or hunting skill. Refinement meant being able to recite classical authors and compose respectable verses, living in houses with mosaics, frescoes, marble decoration, and heated floors. Lavish food, clothing, and urban sociability defined status. Another key feature was the close link between social rank and public office. Even ancient noble families needed careers in administration or ceremonial roles to remain fully recognized. Some chose religious life, especially as bishops, but the church in late antiquity still shared imperial values and worked hand in hand with civic government. Urban settings shaped aristocratic identity. Public life unfolded in forums, basilicas, baths, and cathedrals, and cultured behavior was understood as city-based behavior. Country estates offered rest and leisure, not an alternative way of life. Wealth came from land, but open interest in production was considered vulgar. Villas across the western provinces reflect this seasonal rhythm of urban business and rural retreat. Church leaders inherited this urban tradition and often defended it. This world, however, was changing. Some aristocrats drifted away from city life, others leaned toward military activity, and still others turned to ecclesiastical careers. In the generations after Rome weakened, civic aristocracy faded, and secular elites became increasingly shaped by warfare, lordship, and landholding. Wealth still mattered, but now alongside descent, military ability, closeness to rulers and displays of status, fine clothes, heavy feasting, and the public giving of gifts. Violence, vengeance, and personal honor were accepted parts of noble conduct. These new elites lived more often in rural settings than in towns, spent heavily on ornaments and loyalty networks, and rarely invested in grand architecture as Roman aristocrats once had. The society just described looks very different from the civilian upper class of the old Roman world, apart from one shared feature: the importance of owning land. Yet many of the forebears of the 7th century warrior nobles had once been Roman aristocrats. In regions such as Aquitaine, where only a small number of Germanic settlers stayed for long, most leading families were still Roman in origin. Even so, Aquitanian nobles in later texts look much like other early medieval elites elsewhere. The main reason for this change is that the nature of the state had altered. In the Roman Empire, political structures were strong and held together by taxes. Service to the state brought rank, privilege, and regular payments in money. Office gave a clear and stable position and allowed the Hilder to act as a patron. Only very late, in the last years of the empire, did private armed force start to matter more. In the post-Roman kingdoms, the tax base shrank sharply. Land became the main source of wealth and authority for both kings and nobles. Any title or formal position had real value only when supported by control over estates. Power became more local, because local resources and armed followers became more important. Politics also became more personal, since a leader who could not impress his own immediate retinue could not influence anyone else. Kings and nobles lived under the same conditions and often behaved in much the same way. Another major shift was in how political communities saw themselves. Government in the new kingdoms came to be described as Frankish, Visigothic, Lombard, Burgundian, Bavarian, and so on. These ethnic labels were not always ancient or fixed. Before conquest, group identities among Germanic peoples were often loose and flexible, tied more to leaders and war bands than to clear peoples. Conquest of Roman provinces helped to harden these groups into more stable peoples, much like liquid sugar turning into solid crystals. Once a kingdom existed, its rulers and courts defined themselves as the leadership of a specific people in arms, which included free peasants as well as nobles. They relied on large public gatherings at both central and local levels, where disputes were heard and laws proclaimed. These assemblies, often called placita, drew on some Roman practices, but were wrapped in new ethnic language and symbols. To play a part in secular politics, a person increasingly had to be recognized as a Frank, a Visigoth, a Lombard, or whatever fit the local kingdom. Name choices changed to match. Families that had once used Latin names began to give their children Germanic ones. Over time, Roman names became rare in regions such as northern Gaul, and by the 8th century, the inhabitants north of the Loire commonly saw themselves simply as Franks. Similar developments took place in Italy and Spain. Through these changes, the wider lay elite took on a new shared profile. They were local lords, trained to fight, whatever other roles they also held. Family networks among nobles were wide and followed both male and female lines, just as in late Roman society. Marriages were crucial tools for spreading kin ties sideways and linking different powerful groups. This made the position of women important for family strategy, even if it did not automatically grant them freedom of action. Within this setting, some aristocratic women appear as heads of women's religious houses, especially in regions like Francia. Certain convents became centers of devotion and memory for large kin groups and functioned as semi-independent family bases. Membership in royal dynasties, by contrast, usually followed the male line, but wives and mothers of kings often came from noble families. These women could occasionally wield strong influence, especially when ruling on behalf of underage sons. In later centuries, similar patterns created a striking group of powerful mothers in many regions of Latin Europe. This does not mean that women in general enjoyed broad independence. Female power was often challenged, and public life was thought of as a male sphere. When women stepped into the open political arena, writers frequently criticized or ignored them. Even when women influenced events at the highest level, they were expected to act mainly inside the household. The surviving evidence shows that they did sometimes move into public view, but such moments were exceptional and uneasy. Noble power rested on local bases, and these could look very different from one area to another. In some districts, such as the lands between Nivelles and Liège, nearly all known landholders belonged to a single extended network, the group historians call the Pippinids, ancestors of the Carolingians. Here, authority was simple and concentrated. In other regions, especially around major royal centers like Paris, many large owners overlapped. Ancient aristocratic families, rich monasteries on the edge of the city, and the king himself all held land in the same zone. In such places, power was more competitive and filtered through multiple institutions. Private monasteries served as both spiritual houses and political bases. Nobles also sought presence at royal residences to make themselves visible and to influence decisions. In yet other regions, such as the countryside around Lucca in Italy, great estates were more scattered. Many nobles owned pieces of land mixed in with peasant holdings and possessions of churches. No single local lord could dominate the whole area without rivals. Nobles used their lands above all to build personal followings and secure allies. Their long-term goal was to attract royal notice and obtain high office, such as the rank of duke or bishop, and further grants of land. This constant competition at local level could occupy families for generations. It also posed less of a threat to kings than regions where one cluster of nobles controlled everything, unless local factions linked up across wider territories. The arrival of the Carolingian dynasty did not overturn these underlying patterns. What changed most was the scale and focus of ambition. Once a strong and unified ruling family emerged in the 8th century, noble attention centered firmly on the royal household as the main place where major decisions were made. The court became the key stage for large-scale politics, especially because Carolingian expansion into Aquitaine, northern Spain, Saxony, Bavaria, and Italy created many new posts and estates to distribute. The rewards for loyalty could be enormous. As nobles realized this during the mid-8th century, violent feuds declined for several generations. Serious factional conflict only returned when the empire stopped growing and opportunities narrowed again in the 9th century. Despite shifts in atmosphere and ideology, the basic values of the lay elite remained similar. Two trends stand out. First, large landowners increased their holdings significantly, often putting pressure on smaller neighbors. Second, they gathered more dependents around them, and the personal ties that bound these followers to their lords became more formal. Oaths of loyalty and ceremonies of service, sometimes labeled vassalage, gained a more central place in political life. In the eastern half of the empire, the story developed in a different setting but with some familiar themes. The imperial structure did not collapse there, and the capital remained in Constantinople, the largest city in Europe for many centuries. In the 5th and 6th centuries, Eastern Roman aristocratic life still resembled that of the earlier Roman world, with cities lively and civilian elites strong. A deep crisis struck in the 7th century. Tax income shrank drastically, while the need for troops remained high. A new class of frontier commanders and provincial military landholders emerged, especially on the Anatolian plateau. By the 9th century, these warriors had their own distinct culture, mixing Greek and Armenian elements with a strong pride in border warfare. This group overshadowed the traditional senatorial and city-based elites outside the capital. Urban life weakened in most regions, and many old civic roles disappeared. In cities such as Thessaloniki, officials outside the bishop and imperial representative became hard to see. Only in Constantinople did a dense civilian upper class survive, built around the palace and central bureaucracy. A wide gap opened between the learned officials of the capital and the rougher provincial military families, and tension between these groups lasted for centuries. There are clear parallels with the Western kingdoms. In both East and West, civilian aristocracies struggled under the pressure of decentralization, insecurity, and new forms of rule. Older cultural markers faded. Roman name traditions vanish rapidly in the East and are replaced by common Christian names. Tracing noble family lines across the 7th century becomes difficult, and ancestry appears to matter less than current military or administrative position. Landholding continued to be crucial, but records from this period are scarce. By around 700, a landed warrior elite dominated politics, with limited visible ties to the old senatorial world. At the same time, imperial armies were organized very differently from Western retinues. In the East, regional forces had clearly defined territories and military districts, which gave the state more direct influence over armed power. Even so, the growth of great landed families produced similar social effects. Emperors issued laws to protect free peasants from being swallowed up by powerful neighbors, much like Carolingian rulers did, but such laws had only limited impact. By 900, many leading families in the East had stable surnames and strong dynastic identities, just as their Western counterparts did a little later. The Arab imperial system, although mostly outside Europe, also shows some relevant patterns. In former Byzantine provinces such as Syria and Egypt, some Roman social habits survived longer under Arab rule than in Byzantium itself. City life remained important, and local civilian elites kept some role, even though Arab military leaders held higher status. The Arab authorities continued to levy taxes, gradually reshaping older fiscal practice. In Spain, where the Arabs arrived early in the 8th century, they rebuilt a tax-based administrative system that contrasted with the land-focused rule of the Visigoths. The new capital, Córdoba, became a major city with a large bureaucracy. Unfortunately, few documents survive from this region, so details are harder to see. Still, the broad picture looks closer to Byzantium than to most Western kingdoms. There was a strong center where civilian officials managed revenue and policy, and frontier zones where military households formed another social world influenced by a mix of Visigothic, Berber, Arab, and Islamic traditions. The tension between center and periphery persisted, even when rulers managed to tighten their control in the 10th century. When central power weakened again in the 11th century, the balance between bureaucratic and military elites shifted sharply, and unity fractured. North of the Frankish lands, several other societies developed along different lines, though they shared some broad features. They often had clearly marked warrior groups devoted to raiding, gift exchange, and personal honor, alongside large groups of free peasants. Yet these regions were highly varied. The Celtic lands of Ireland and Scotland did not work in quite the same way as Wales or Brittany. Anglo-Saxon England had a different history from Saxony or Denmark, even though its leaders had once come from those regions. The Slavic areas formed yet another cluster, with some communities accepting princely rule and others deliberately avoiding it. Because of this variety, it is easier to focus on a couple of examples. Anglo-Saxon England shows a long path from small, loose communities to a structured kingdom with strong royal power. Linking it to Latin Christian culture in the 7th century opened it to influence from the Frankish world. By the 10th century, it resembled the most successful continental models in some ways. Earlier, however, conditions were very different. Germanic settlers had taken over former Roman farmland, but political order was fragmented. In the 6th century, many tiny units seem to have existed, each with its own local leaders. Archaeology suggests that while some people were richer than others, only by the late 6th century do we clearly see a group whose wealth was based on controlling others' labor. Around the same time, the first small kingdoms began to take shape, and in the 7th century some of these expanded into larger entities like Wessex, Mercia, and Northumbria. Even then, these polities were modest in size and resources compared with continental states. The earliest English laws already distinguish nobles from common free people. By the time of Bede's writings in the early 8th century, the elite is described as clearly aristocratic and strongly tied to warfare. Noble companions stayed near rulers because they received land grants, rich gifts, and a place at royal feasts. They could also switch their loyalty to other kings if it suited them. Interestingly, the material difference between these nobles and well-off peasants may not always have been huge, especially in the 7th century. Status may have been protected more by ritual, symbolism, and legal privilege than by visible wealth. Over the 8th century, however, landholding patterns changed, and arrangements resembling those in Francia and earlier Rome became more common. The free peasantry kept a public role, taking part in local courts, and owed military and construction service to kings. These obligations helped rulers organize large projects such as defensive dikes and fortified towns in later centuries. Noble dominance grew, but it did not completely erase the collective responsibilities and rights of the free. Feasting with one's lord was central to aristocratic culture in many regions, not just in Francia and England, but also in Wales and Ireland. Shared meals and the exchange of drink and gifts created bonds of honor and loyalty. poetry from the British world links warriors directly to the mead they drank at their lord's hall, and to the battles they fought afterwards. The feast could be both reward and trap, symbol of welcome and prelude to death in battle. Yet it remained a core part of noble identity. The northern lands also differed in how rigid their social orders became. England moved toward a fairly firm hierarchy. Ireland had an even more structured system of ranks. Scandinavian societies appear to have stayed more open for longer. Sources there are often later, but for Norway and Iceland, some patterns can be traced. These communities were formed mainly of free peasants who gathered in regional assemblies. Leaders existed and had recognized titles, but their authority over neighbors was limited. Powerful men led war bands and represented others at assemblies, yet could not easily turn this role into unchallenged lordship at the local level. Violence and feuding were common, and people expected treachery as well as loyalty. Advice preserved in wisdom verses urges caution at every doorway and warns against trusting smiles too quickly. Still, precisely because fixed power structures were weaker, free men could shift alliances and reshape their positions more easily than in heavily stratified societies. Status boundaries between richer and poorer freemen were soft, except for the firm line dividing slaves from free people. In these northern worlds, social life was harsh and tense, but also more negotiable. This stands at the furthest possible distance from the orderly, city-based civilian world of the high Roman aristocracy. Turning back to peasants, one can see just how different their situation was across Europe. In some northern societies, even leading men worked their own land and lived by stock raising. In many regions, however, peasants appear mainly through landlord records and legal texts. They are less visible and harder to study than nobles. Their ways of working the land changed with local climate, soil, and landscape. Their relationships with lords also shifted according to patterns of ownership and political control. This variety makes it difficult to set out neat types of peasant society, but a few well-documented cases give some sense of the range. One of the best-known examples comes from the lands around Paris in the early 9th century. There, a major monastery kept a detailed survey of its estates and their tenants, listing households and even children by name. Many entire villages belonged to this single church, which had received them mostly as royal gifts. In these settlements, peasants were almost all tenants, not independent owners. Society divided first between free and unfree tenants, and then more finely through the conditions attached to different plots. Some unfree tenants held holdings with lighter duties, while some free tenants worked land with heavier obligations. Mixed marriages between free and unfree people blurred these lines further, and the status of children could shift upward. Inside each village, there must have been a complex ranking among households, all under the tight oversight of monastic officials. Rules extended to small matters of daily farm work, such as cutting wood, feeding poultry, and producing cloth. This pattern of large, compact estates was once treated as typical for the period, but it now seems to have been more limited in space. In many other parts of Western Europe, landholding was far more scattered. Villages often contained plots belonging to many different owners: nobles, churches, monasteries, and peasants themselves. Around certain cities, such as Lucca in Italy, records allow some detail. There, local elites owned fields and vineyards in many villages, often alongside smallholders. These urban nobles also had their own clients and tenants. In some settlements, several such families competed with one another. In others, one dominant local family overshadowed the rest and sold land mainly within the village, keeping outside lords at bay for a long time. Gifts to churches could suddenly bring in powerful new owners and change the balance. In this type of landscape, village life was shaped as much by negotiation with neighbors as by pressure from distant landlords. City authorities still mattered and controlled formal justice, but the everyday order of rural communities rested on a mix of local notables, priests, kin groups, and tenants. In some western regions, especially along the Atlantic fringe, peasant communities had even stronger collective traditions. In eastern Brittany, for example, village districts acted as units with their own internal courts and meetings. Richer peasants and local leaders presided over these gatherings and helped settle disputes, but their authority remained limited. Large outside landowners were few, at least before some monasteries expanded their holdings. The men of a district played a regular part in witnessing transactions and guaranteeing agreements. Political and legal activity at this level gave peasant communities more shape and voice than in many other areas. Peasants in such places were less focused on building up land to the same extent as Italian smallholders, and more on defending status and autonomy within their local assemblies. In these features, they resembled in some ways the free communities of Northern Europe, even though they lived under Frankish rule and within a Christian kingdom. At this point, differences between regions can only be pushed so far. They always sit on top of certain basic similarities in peasant life. Above all, peasants were small farmers, living mostly from what they themselves produced, sometimes alongside a few full-time or part-time craftspeople. Their first worry was not the anger of a lord, but the risk of a bad harvest. A run of poor weather could destroy them more surely than any tax. It is no surprise that beliefs about weather magic were common. Some church writers complained about people who thought certain specialists could call down or stop storms. From northern Spain survives a short spell in which a monk asks that his village, its fields, vineyards, and trees be spared from hail, and that the stones turn into rain instead. This shows how directly peasants linked survival to the sky above them. Almost everywhere, peasants lived in communities tied to a specific landscape, whether tightly clustered settlements or scattered hamlets. These places mattered emotionally and politically, and more in religious terms as well. From the 8th to the 10th century, rural churches and monasteries spread across the countryside, and their feasts, processions, and rituals helped give each area a shared identity. At the same time, peasants had to live with the demands of lords, royal, noble, or ecclesiastical. Lords might own the land peasant families worked and take a share of their produce, or they might hold estates nearby and try to expand onto peasant ground, sometimes by force. Yet peasants did not only suffer from lordly power, they also tried to use it. Many entered into ties of dependence, seeking protection, backing in quarrels and help in hard times. The word protection appears often in the sources, and even today it carries the same double meaning that would have been understood then. Help mixed with threat. The tension between harsh lordship and peasant efforts to resist, avoid, or bend it to their own needs ran through the whole period. These broad patterns can be made a bit more precise by looking at 4 things: how peasants were ranked among themselves, how villages acted together, how peasant families were organized, and how peasants related to lords. Peasants did not form a single flat mass. The basic legal divide everywhere was between free and unfree people. Free men, and in many cases free women as well, had recognized public rights to own property, to sell or give it away, to appear in courts and take part in collective decisions. The unfree lacked such rights and were more directly under the power of an owner. Freeing an unfree person was a standard pious act, especially in property gifts made near death. Even so, it was often difficult. In some kingdoms, church leaders, for example, forbade such acts on church estates. In many regions, a freed person remained legally tied to a former master and needed that master's permission in important matters. Freedom, in such cases, did not wipe out dependence. Solidarity between the free and the unfree was hard to build. Court records sometimes show an unfree person arguing that he should be counted as free, only for his free neighbors to testify against him. Yet even this line was not absolute. Free and unfree tenants often owed similar dues and work to the same landlord. The unfree were certainly more vulnerable, but the differences were relative rather than total. For that reason, translating the Latin term for an unfree peasant simply as slave can be misleading. Within villages, there was a whole ladder of positions: substantial local owners with tenants of their own, smaller peasant owners, free tenants, unfree tenants. The border between owning and renting could matter almost as much as the border between free and unfree, although it was easier to cross. Many families both owned some plots and rented others. Villages differed in how far each rung of this ladder was present. Some had many independent owners, some almost none. Some had large groups of unfree tenants, others very few. Both the split between free and unfree and the ambitions of better-off families limited village unity. For richer locals, village business was rarely enough on its own to occupy their energies. They usually looked upward, towards powerful nobles and the wider public world. Free peasants, and in some places even unfree men, were expected to perform military service. Although no ruler could ever put all potential peasant soldiers into the field at once, a man with a horse, a weapon, and some skill could certainly find a place in an army, either under a private lord or under royal officers, or under both at different times. Over time, more members of village elites entered into formal ties of personal loyalty to higher lords, especially during the Carolingian period. In the 10th century, not only in former Frankish lands, but also in regions such as England and northern Spain, these lesser fighting men began to see themselves as a kind of small-scale local nobility. The line between them and non-military neighbors grew sharper. One result of this slow process was that ordinary peasants found it harder to approach kings and high nobles directly. The path into the upper ranks narrowed and became guarded by those already inside. Villages were not always strongly united bodies. In some areas, their internal divisions were deep. In others, even the basic sense of belonging to a single settlement was weak. Still, they existed as recognizable units. In early Frankish territories, there are traces of local courts at village or small district level, run by men known for their legal knowledge. These courts heard disputes according to remembered law. Similar arrangements likely existed in many regions, even if they are rarely recorded. Certain Frankish laws also show that a group of local free men had some say over who could settle among them. A newcomer could not simply arrive and claim a place in the community, against the will of a substantial part of it. In many kingdoms and regions, village communities were made responsible as a whole for tasks such as catching thieves or tracking runaways, which presupposed some shared identity and collective action. In the Eastern Empire, a set of rules sometimes called a farmer's law shows villagers managing common pasture and woodland and standing surety for each other's taxes. None of this is astonishing in itself. Any society organized into village territories tends to develop some level of cooperation and self-regulation. What matters are the degree and the shape. Villages seem to have been strongest where people depended heavily on shared resources, such as pasture or forest. They were weaker where powerful outside landowners could use their weight to control local decisions. Most peasant households were simple in structure. The usual unit was a married couple and their children, rather than a broad extended group that also included grandparents, married siblings, and their families under one roof. This is very clear in some detailed estate descriptions and is supported by other scattered hints. Small and basic houses and relatively short life expectancy also reduced the chance that several adult generations would live together for long. Even so, wider kin relations mattered. Clashes between families could turn into feuds that stretched across cousins and more distant relatives. Within the household, there was a life cycle. Marriage and the years of raising children marked the peak of social importance for most men and women. After that, authority and public relevance often passed gradually to the next generation. In some regions, grave findings suggest that young women, in their late teens or early 20s, were buried with the richest ornaments, which fits a period soon after marriage. Men tended to reach their peak somewhat later, in their 20s or 30s, when they were most active in work, war, or public life. After that age, both men and women tend to appear with fewer goods in burials, as if the community no longer looked at them as central figures. Elderly people may have had respect within the family, but they did not hold obvious public privileges. Archaeology also highlights differences between the sexes that written texts barely mention. Across much of Western Europe between the 5th and 7th centuries, the graves of young women are rich in jewelry and dress fittings. Written sources, by contrast, say little about women below the noble level. In legal documents, the consent of wives to their husbands' actions appears sometimes, but not everywhere. Overall, women seem to have been confined more firmly than men to the private sphere. The expected path was clear. Marry, move into the husband's household, and remain under his control. In many regions, a daughter only inherited land if there were no sons. In such cases, she might receive a share of her parents' holdings, but even then she often needed the agreement of male relatives. Marriage gifts were mainly provided by husbands, and those men usually kept real control over such property until their deaths. In some areas, women at no point had full legal independence. Authority over them passed from father or brothers to husband, and then to sons. Elsewhere, a certain limited freedom was possible during widowhood, but even then it was narrow. Yet at the same time, women were important carriers of family image. The fine ornaments placed in their graves show how much effort families put into displaying their daughters and wives at key moments. In public life, women could be seen, but their role remained largely unspoken, and their power was meant to be invisible. Peasants had to coexist with aristocrats who might be landlords, protectors, rivals, or all three at once. From a peasant point of view, a powerful neighbor was always a potential threat. One early writer, speaking of a land-hungry noble, remarked that for such a man the mere fact of having someone living beside him felt like a misfortune. This remark could easily apply to many upper-class figures of the time. Even so, in the West, the period from roughly 500 to 800 may have been the time when aristocrats were least able to impose full control over the countryside. Old Roman elites survived the invasions, but were shaken. New Germanic elites needed time to form. In the Eastern Empire, the crisis of the 7th century had a similar effect. Rich families certainly survived, but their grip on their peasant neighbors was not always firm, except over their own close dependents. Only from the 8th century in Francia and Italy, the 9th in England, the 10th in some Spanish zones, and the Eastern Empire, and later still in Scandinavia, did noble control over local society become thick and hard to escape. Evidence for this process is uneven, but some patterns can be seen. In parts of Francia, and especially in Italy, 9th century court records show peasants appealing to public officials about the heavy hand of local nobles. In some Spanish regions, similar tensions surface closer to the year 1000. In England, archaeological signs of trade and market activity appear in one coastal region in the 8th century and spread widely only after the late 9th, suggesting that large-scale wealth and strong noble households were only just emerging. Traces of open peasant resistance are rare, but they exist. In Saxony, in the early 9th century, a major revolt broke out when new rulers tried to tighten control over communities that were still largely organized around free assemblies. In the northern mountains of the Iberian Peninsula, a rising is recorded in the late 8th century against growing lordship. In one high valley of central Italy, a group of villagers managed to resist the encroachment of a monastery for about 100 years, using every legal and informal tool they had. Another striking example comes from northern Francia, where peasant communities south of Paris formed a sworn association in the mid-9th century to resist Viking raiders. Some nobles saw this independent alliance as a dangerous model and moved quickly to crush it. These cases usually involve regions on the edge of larger systems, where peasant communities were cohesive and where noble power arrived suddenly. Overall, however, such episodes are exceptional. When the pressure of the powerful increased across most of Europe, peasant resistance did not stop the long-term change. By about 1000, nobles again had a level of dominance comparable to that of the late Roman age. Peasant worlds were less rich and less heavily armed than aristocratic ones, but they followed many of the same unwritten rules. Men in both layers were quick to anger and ready to answer insults with violence. Both men and women recognized gift-giving as a way to create lasting obligations. In every group, high status was tied to wealth, legal independence, and the ability to fight. There was also a social ladder that stretched without any clear break from the poorest free peasant at one end to the richest lord at the other. The steps on this ladder were tiny and hard to climb, but all free people, in law at least, belonged to the same broad political community and could, in theory, appeal to the same rulers and courts. This remained true for a long time in regions where public power stayed strong or aristocracies stayed relatively weak, such as in the Eastern Empire and in some parts of Northern Europe. In much of the Latin West, however, these links began to change around the year 1000. Groups of followers bound to lords had existed for centuries, and for that matter would exist long afterwards. They rested on the exchange of gifts, favors, and service. Lords promised protection, support in disputes, land, treasure, or regular feasting. Followers promised obedience, military help, and public backing. Early kings recognized this openly. Some decrees state that when a noble was away on royal business, the lawsuits of his friends, sworn dependents, and those under his influence should be delayed until he returned, underlining how closely tied he was to the fortunes of his group. In the age of the early Carolingians, the gestures around such dependence became more formal. Oaths of loyalty grew more detailed, and grants of land to dependents increasingly stressed that the land could be taken back in case of disloyalty. Terms for such conditional holdings started to appear, although the vocabulary remained fluid for a long time. In practice, strong men had always used force to reclaim property from faithless followers. The real novelty lay elsewhere. Under Carolingian rule, royal and comital armies were recruited almost entirely from these chains of followers, including the circles around kings and counts. Military service and identity came to be regarded less as a general duty of all free men and more as a mark of aristocratic standing. By the 9th century, fighting on horseback in a lord's retinue was increasingly viewed as a privilege that set a person apart. By the late 10th century, families of mounted warriors often saw themselves as a minor nobility, building their own local influence over peasants. In the early 11th century, an influential way of thinking about society took clearer shape in many regions: those who prayed, those who fought, and those who worked. The roots of this threefold scheme go back earlier, but its full development belongs to the generations after 1000, and it would shape thought for centuries. Throughout these centuries, the everyday dominance of nobles was a constant fact. They stayed close to kings when it was useful and turned against them when that seemed safer or more profitable. At the local level, they relied on their bands of followers to enforce their will, and the only real checks came from other nobles. This held true in the 9th century, when royal power was still strong, in the 10th, when great dukes and counts became the main reference points, and in the 11th, when many lords set up their own courts, and in some areas the older public assemblies either faded or turned into private tribunals controlled by hereditary counts. Some historians have seen the weakening of kings in the 10th century, or the later rise of independent counts, as great turning points. From the vantage point of village society, the picture looks more continuous. Local aristocratic dominance stretches across the whole period. Even so, this continuity should not be overstated. The tools of noble power had deep roots, but in the later 10th century, they began to combine in new ways. One key change concerned public assemblies of justice. In the Carolingian age, however biased in favor of nobles, such assemblies still represented a legal order that claimed to cover an entire kingdom. Lords might abuse power, but their more extreme acts could be condemned as contrary to public law. In parts of Western Europe during the 11th century, these assemblies disappeared or were transformed. Noble courts came to stand as the only recognized frame for law and judgment in large areas. The old line between public and private authority blurred or vanished. What had once been technically illegal, such as the violent seizure of rights by a lord, could now be wrapped in the language of rightful judgment within his jurisdiction. Where rulers could no longer act as a meaningful center, nobles stopped looking upward for sanction and built their whole position on their own local strength. Political structures became simpler in one sense. Instead of a layered system of center and locality, there were many separate pockets of power. As power settled at the local level, it could not remain vague. Lords who ruled over a district and expected their judgments and dues to be accepted needed to define what exactly they controlled. Over time, even confused and rough lordships began to generate their own customs. Old practices were reshaped into more precise rules. Legal expectations became clearer, territories more sharply outlined, and centers of domination more visible, often around fortified residences. Social lines also hardened, as fighting for a living became the normal mark of noble identity and the foundation for claiming rights over others. By the 12th century, local building blocks such as the seigneurial district, the village, and the parish had become distinct and well understood. These units provided the framework on which new, stronger central governments in later centuries would be rebuilt. Those later central powers drew less on the direct heritage of Roman state structures and more on the settled patterns that had formed in this later age of local lordship. Between 400 and 1,000, more than 9 out of 10 men lived and worked in the countryside, mostly on small farms where they tried to grow enough food to survive. Almost all of what they produced was eaten locally by the farmers themselves and by the few people around them who did not work the land, such as artisans, priests, and local lords. In this respect, early medieval conditions were not very different from those of the Roman Empire. The population was still largely rural, and agriculture remained the base of life. What changed was the social image. The Roman world is remembered as an urban civilization because towns collected and used a large share of agricultural surplus to support a wealthy ruling group. In the northwest of Europe before 1000, nothing similar existed. Settlements that some call towns lacked the dense economic and social role of Roman cities. Many historians therefore prefer to speak of proto-towns or proto-urbanization for this era. Around 1020, Bishop Gerard of Cambrai could still divide society simply into those who prayed, those who worked the land, and those who fought. About 100 years later, the writer Gelbert of Bruges could speak of the inhabitants of Bruges as our citizens and feel part of a distinct urban group. For historians, this raises a central question. Is the economy of the early Middle Ages nothing more than a rural economy? Or is there already some form of urban life before 1000? Since the 19th century, economic historians have tried to understand two turning points: the end of ancient civilization and the beginning of what they often call Europe. From the start, debates about the nature of the medieval economy have been linked to arguments over whether something like medieval capitalism existed. Most scholars long agreed that the end of antiquity went with the disappearance of slavery. That view has been challenged. Some historians argue that slavery, understood very strictly as a condition in which human beings are treated as legal property and economic assets, remained present in Western societies until the end of the 10th century, and that only later did a different system emerge after a period of social crisis sometimes described as a feudal revolution. Even if slavery survived in rich households into the Middle Ages, slaves seem to have formed only a small additional part of the workforce, much as in 6th century Byzantium. In the West, the rise of large estates from the 7th century onwards may have gone hand in hand with the settlement of former slaves on hereditary plots. When these people were drawn fully into the Christian community, their religious status changed, but social and legal discrimination did not disappear. This pattern is close to what Mark Bloch once called an early form of serfdom. Many historians still accept the idea that the early Middle Ages formed a kind of interlude marked by a general shift towards a more rural economy. The classic symbol of this is the large Carolingian estate, often taken as typical because it is relatively well documented. Such an estate gathered together granaries, stores of tools and equipment, craftsmen, and specialized workshops. It has often been seen as proof of a closed, self-sufficient system that had little need for trade or coin. In this view, the early medieval economy was largely household-based and non-commercial, with production organized around the needs of each estate and its lord. A different but related interpretation is associated with Henri Pirenne. For him, the Western Mediterranean world kept a strong sense of continuity with Roman civilization until late in the 6th century. He argued that the turning point came with the Arab conquest around the Mediterranean, which split the old empire into two separate zones. This break, in his reading, led to economic decline and political disorder in the West, and pushed the main center of gravity of Europe northwestwards. In that region, under the Carolingians, urban life and trade began to revive from the 11th century, laying the foundations for later medieval growth. Pirenne saw the region of modern Belgium as a miniature model of Western Europe. In his eyes, it was both a battleground for larger powers and a meeting point for Latin and Germanic cultures, and later a cradle for the ancient democracies of the Low Countries. These interpretations reflected his own background and values as a committed, patriotic liberal scholar who believed strongly in progress driven by towns, trade, and commercial energy. Because his argument focused so heavily on the Mediterranean and on the Carolingian world, less attention was paid for a long time to what happened in the Western Mediterranean after the 7th century. The spectacular economic and urban growth of the 12th century also raises further questions. When did the processes that led to it begin? Some place the starting point in the 7th century, when new trading routes appeared in northwestern Europe. Others emphasize the 9th century and associate revival with Carolingian reforms. Many focus on the 11th century and the clear rebirth of towns. There is also debate over causes. Was growth mainly a response to renewed trade in the 10th and 11th centuries, or did it come from changes inside rural society itself, as peasants and lords increased agricultural output and drew more surplus off the land to support non-farming groups in castles and towns? Who drove this transformation? Long-distance merchants, kings, monks in charge of large estates, or the peasantry who opened and cultivated new land? Recent work stresses the constant interaction between town and countryside from a very early date and highlights the role of church institutions and political power in economic change. Capital could only be built up when surplus products were regularly drawn away from producers and gathered in centers of control. This meant moving value from villages to towns, and from peasants to nobles or urban elites. In this perspective, the countryside and its farming are not a backdrop, but the core of Europe's long-term development. Archaeology has broadened the picture by placing events known from texts, such as wars and political struggles, within a wider framework of how human societies reacted to their physical environment. From the 3rd century onward, the climate in many regions became gradually cooler and wetter. The low point seems to have come in the 6th century, when average temperatures dropped by roughly 1.5 degrees. The impact of these changes differed from place to place, but precise regional data are still scarce. Asia Minor appears to have had milder winters than the West, yet its landscape and climate remained harsh overall. For the West, much of our written evidence on weather, disasters, epidemics, and scarcity comes from Gregory of Tours, whose works contain vivid descriptions of flooding, storms, famine, and disease in 6th century Gaul. These accounts are extremely valuable, but reflect mainly one region. They cannot automatically be extended to all of Western Europe. Physical anthropology and studies of ancient diseases now provide another kind of evidence. A survey of thousands of skeletons from 6th and 7th century Germany suggests that most adults died in their late 30s and that health was generally poor, with common signs of childhood and nutritional diseases. Yet it is often impossible to connect such burial sites securely to known settlements or to social categories. In some excavated towns, conditions may have been better than one would expect. Work on late Roman and early medieval levels in places such as Marseille and Maastricht suggests relatively mobile populations and, at least in some periods, acceptable living standards in urban environments where food shortages might have been anticipated. The material is still too thin to support broad general conclusions, however. In the Eastern Empire, movement of rural people was constant. Fields could be cultivated for a time, abandoned, and later brought back into use. Part of the flow out of the countryside was drawn by the attraction of towns. Another part was forced by heavy tax burdens on land. In some regions, large landowners took advantage of peasant weakness. They seized fields, animals, and even household dependents, and compelled poorer families to accept dependent status. One lawgiver compared this process to a foreign invasion. Elsewhere, land was given up because of war, repeated bad harvests, or epidemics. The Great Plague that began in the 540s came after a chain of natural disasters that included droughts in the eastern Mediterranean, earthquakes, locust swarms, and a period of poor sunlight that damaged crops. This outbreak of bubonic plague was probably as destructive as the Black Death that struck Western Europe 8 centuries later. As then, the sharp fall in population was followed by a period in which wages for laborers and artisans rose sharply. Legal texts from the time show that workers were able to demand much higher pay than before the plague, sometimes 2 or 3 times the normal rate, and that authorities tried to limit this. In Western Europe, it is tempting to explain contrasts between more prosperous and poorer regions by referring to how strongly and how long the plague affected each area. So far, the evidence does not really support such simple explanations. Local conditions seem to have mattered greatly. In some areas, soil, climate, and farming systems could recover from shocks more easily than in others. Before and during the early Middle Ages, many regions of Asia Minor supported continuous cultivation and livestock rearing. Later wars in the 10th century damaged some landscapes so badly that they could only be used for seasonal grazing, until new groups of settlers, including former nomads, moved in during the Turkish period. In fragile Mediterranean zones with thin red soils, large areas of semi-arid land were abandoned. Without regular cultivation and maintenance, soil erosion increased and scrub replaced earlier fields. Pollen studies from Italy show that forest and secondary vegetation expanded in temperate areas, suggesting a retreat of farming in some zones. Over time, however, people established new balances between tillage, woodland, and pasture, combining livestock grazing and woodland use with more intensive farming near settlements. Diets may have become more varied as a result. In northern Gaul and along the Rhine, woodland and heathland spread after the 3rd century, probably due to declining population and the breakdown of large-scale farming that had supplied towns and armies in late antiquity. Linguistic changes, such as the shifting frontier between Romance and Germanic speech, point to major movements of people. In regions that remained densely settled, however, occupation of the land shows strong continuity. Large Roman estates built to serve cities and garrisons were gradually abandoned. Settlements moved from high open plateau down into river valleys. The number of small family farms increased while total cultivated area shrank. Land near settlements stayed in use, but marginal and heavy soils returned to rough grazing or waste and would only be reclaimed centuries later during the great clearance movements of the 11th and 12th centuries. The typical landscape of Merovingian rural areas consisted of scattered clusters of houses, each surrounded by small fields and patches of uncultivated land. These low-density settlements match well with the small burial grounds revealed by archaeology. From the 7th century onwards, population growth pushed farmers and lords to expand cultivation and to create new sites of settlement. This was only the start of a long process that would peak later. After a phase of highly scattered farmsteads, some regions, such as parts of the Rhine Valley or Burgundy, saw a gradual regrouping of settlement in the 10th century, together with the abandonment of many hamlets. In zones dominated by livestock, clearings inside forest and scrub often remained only semi-permanent for centuries. The decline of the classical Roman villa was not sudden. New excavation methods that pay attention to traces of wooden buildings have shown that late Roman rural settlements often mixed stone structures with lighter timber constructions. From the 3rd century onward, many sites show adaptation and improvisation. Old houses were patched up, and new wooden buildings appeared. By the end of the 4th century, this mixed building style is found throughout the northwestern provinces, although southern Gaul and Italy kept solid Roman houses for longer. In some central French regions, very late mosaics laid in the 5th and early 6th centuries suggest a stronger survival of old elite culture and large villas. Timber building techniques were not simply imported by new peoples. They also revived older, local methods. Evidence of post-built structures returns in the archaeological record from the 3rd century, after having been rare for several hundred years. From the 6th century, a new type of rural settlement spread in northwestern Gaul. It consisted of groups of independent farmsteads linked by tracks. Each farm had a fenced or ditched enclosure with houses, raised granaries, storage pits, and small workshops. At the same time, a new term began to be used for such units. At first, it meant simply a dwelling, but by the 8th century, it often referred to a hereditary family farm held by tenants. From the 8th century, the climate began to warm and moved towards a high point around the 11th century, when average temperatures were noticeably higher than before. Human remains from both northern and southern regions suggest that malnutrition declined from the late 7th or early 8th century. Yet written records mention more famines between the 8th and the 11th centuries. A careful reading shows that many of these were short, hungry times between harvests rather than complete collapses of food supply. Major, widespread famines seem to have become less common in the 10th century, before rising again in the 11th. Some historians see these crises as the price of population growth and agricultural expansion. From the 7th century onward, signs of recovery appear more frequently. Population seems to have grown in both northern and southern regions. Studies based on detailed estate surveys from the 9th century in Italy, southern Gaul, and the heartlands between the Seine and the Rhine show rural communities that were relatively young, mobile, and able to recover quickly from mortality spikes. Short crises did not break the long-term trend. In some of these areas, the number of people may have doubled within a few generations. A broad and uniform population boom probably did not occur before the 11th century, but there was already clear growth in older settled zones by the late 8th and 9th centuries. Densities of 20 to 30 people per square kilometer may have been reached in some regions near Paris or on the lands of major abbeys. In upland regions with harder conditions, the figures were lower but still significant. Systems of land distribution to tenants and frequent movement of peasant families allowed both more intensive farming in long-occupied areas and gradual development of rougher zones, though on a smaller scale than the great clearances of the Central Middle Ages. The sources are mainly from royal and church archives, which creates a bias. Noble families who built their wealth partly by receiving good land from great lords, and partly by pushing into marginal and sparsely populated zones, often appear in documents only when they began to found churches or monasteries, which could be as late as the 10th century. Much of their earlier activity in clearing and settling new land therefore remains invisible. The Roman state rested on a dense net of cities, roughly 2,000 in number, supported by taxes on rural production. Each city usually had public buildings such as a forum, theater, amphitheater, public baths, and later a cathedral. Cities were also the residence of local governing elites who were responsible for tax collection. Together with the two great capitals, Rome and Constantinople, these centers formed the backbone of a Mediterranean-wide political and economic system. That system could gather and move food and other supplies over long distances, feeding both large city populations and the many garrison troops stationed on frontiers. Archaeological finds from military sites along the Rhine frontier show how varied the diet of soldiers could be. Stores contained remains of many different cereals and other crops, some clearly imported from far away. By contrast, nearby farms produced only a limited range of grains. Roman authorities used both taxes and the revenues of imperial estates to run this large redistributive machine. The everyday meal of a frontier soldier was thus the result of a complex system that linked distant provinces. Since Piren's time, debates about the end of the ancient world have often centered on the regions he highlighted, especially Merovingian Gaul. New research adds Italy as a crucial test case. After Justinian's reconquest, the peninsula was split between territories held by the Eastern Empire and lands controlled by new Germanic rulers, and this mixed situation makes it a valuable laboratory for studying how the old Mediterranean system of production and exchange ended. The decline of urban life has long been a favorite topic. Many of the hundreds of cities known from classical sources seem to have shrunk or disappeared by the early Middle Ages. In the zones held by the Eastern Empire, however, most cities appear to have survived. and severe decline is less common. Several factors help explain this relative resilience. The Eastern Empire maintained a functioning network of roads, rivers, and sea routes for longer, and the old cities remained key points in this web. Although Christian buildings spread and some older monuments fell into disuse, urban centers in Imperial Italy kept three important roles. They remained core defensive sites in frontier regions. Institutions responsible for public works and services continued to function. And the urban fabric, although altered, avoided the deep breakdown and thorough ruralization that affected many Western cities outside imperial control. Rome shows how hard it is to trace step-by-step urban change. Around the year 400, the city may have had close to 500,000 people. By the 7th century, perhaps less than 1/10 of that population remained. Some scholars think Rome turned into a scattered city made up of several small clusters of settlement divided by unused land. Yet it appears that more than one area functioned as a town center, not only the zone by the river. Rome continued to act as a major consumer and commercial hub in Italy. The free grain supply for citizens under imperial rule seems to have lasted into the late 6th century. Later, in the 7th and 8th centuries, the city relied on land owned by the papacy and church institutions in the surrounding region of Latium and from Sicilian estates for its food. Archaeological finds from one excavation site show how Roman trade links shifted over time. Pottery from North Africa dominated until about 650. After Byzantine control in Africa ended, goods began to arrive mainly from the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean. By the middle of the 8th century, most ceramic goods in Rome were local in origin, though influenced by styles from Constantinople. This shift matched a wider breakdown in relations between the Roman Church and Byzantine authorities. Even so, the evidence shows ongoing trade in valuable goods aimed at wealthy buyers. Large-scale international commerce did not seem to reach rural zones. This contrast does not mean Italy was split neatly between an outward-looking Byzantine center and a closed Lombard one. Regional differences matter. In the south, many bishoprics disappeared after imperial retreat. Out of 100 sees in Spoleto and Benevento, only about 10 still existed by 700. And most were tiny hill towns that would have been little more than villages in the north. Excavations in northern Italy reveal many examples of urban decline. Abandoned streets were turned into farmland, road systems fell out of use, and wooden buildings appeared inside ancient public spaces. Yet landowners did not desert the cities, as they often did farther north in Europe. Southern Gaul also stayed urban, as did most of Spain. The Lombard kingdom had its capital at Pavia, and nobles lived in towns. Lucca kept much of its Roman street plan and may have held a similar density of people. Dozens of new churches appeared between 700 and 900. Many churches and houses were built outside the old walls, including the palace of the local duke. By the 8th century, Lucca had merchants, gold workers, doctors, builders, metalworkers, tailors, and moneyers. Some residents held rural property. Church lands and secular estates were managed from the city, meaning members of the urban class owned large parts of the surrounding territory. Lucca remained dominant socially and economically, much like in late antiquity. Justinian's military recovery briefly returned Italy to the trade system of the Eastern Empire. Local raw materials continued to move to coastal centers such as Milan and Ravenna, and Mediterranean goods from Africa and the Levant still reached Italian consumers. Shipwreck counts show steady movement in the central Mediterranean during the 6th century, even if the western seas saw much less activity. Ceramic and coin patterns in Byzantine and Lombard areas differ greatly, hinting at strong borders, yet the overall pottery distribution in Genoa resembles that in Marseille. This suggests the Eastern trading system supplied both Gaul and Spain through Liguria. The sudden drop in African and Eastern imports to Frankish markets in the mid-7th century may be due to loss of Byzantine control of this region rather than a universal collapse of trade. By the 8th century, Eastern goods and Adriatic salt flowed through routes that Venice increasingly controlled. In Gaul, political power and exchange networks faced north and west rather than south. Only much later would the North Sea economy rise to global importance. From the 3rd century onward, the Roman world was already breaking into regional systems, a pattern that became central to medieval development. Across the West, many towns lost continuity. Large cities broke apart into small clusters of homes separated by abandoned spaces used for gardens and vineyards. Populations fell to hundreds or a few thousand people. Tours, once significant, shrank to 2 religious centers, one inside the old walls, one at the shrine of Saint Martin outside them. Even the residence of Charlemagne was unimpressive compared to Roman or Eastern imperial cities. In Frankish lands, authority was shown mainly at seasonal gatherings of nobles and not through cities. These assemblies did not resemble fixed capitals. This pattern differed greatly from that of the Lombards at Pavia or the Visigoths at Toledo, who had permanent courts and administrations rooted in towns. Christian communities after 400 were centered on bishops within each urban district. This religious structure helped keep parts of the Roman city network alive, even in the north. Archaeology has uncovered Roman buildings beneath later settlements, showing a thread of continuity. Survival depended on whether a bishop remained in place. Many secondary centers also endured, maintaining administrative and spiritual roles on a smaller scale. Still, early medieval cities often looked empty and ruined. Walls crumbled, monuments decayed, public buildings lost purpose, and wood replaced stone. One bright exception was religious building. Scores of churches appear in cities like Metz, Paris, Lyon, and Bordeaux. After the 7th century, major construction shifted to rural monasteries. Kings chose to live in countryside palaces rather than in old urban centers. Nobles moved between many residences, from castles to estates and monasteries. At the same time, new trading hubs emerged at the edges of Frankish territory. Monasteries in the northwest stopped sending caravans south for goods. Instead, river mouths became arrival points for merchants, sailors, and travelers from across the sea. Anglo-Saxon and Frisian traders drove the creation of new ports. 2 main settlements linked to the Franks were Quentivik and Dorestad, while across the water similar hubs rose near London, Southampton, and East Anglia. Further away, places like Dublin and Birka handled Scandinavian trade. Some sites may have been started by kings, others grew naturally, but rulers soon taxed and regulated them. Nearby workshops processed bone, leather, and metal. Market gardening also took place around these ports, while single households often made their own goods. These new trading points were unlike the old Roman cities of Italy. In the Frankish heartland, they began to decline in the early 9th century, even before Viking raids. Silt blocked harbors and trade moved elsewhere. By around 900, Commercial life revived in new or older sites, such as London and Utrecht. Some older ports vanished, but others like Dublin and Kiev grew larger, showing the wider trade system was still active. Power among Frankish elites was more dispersed than in the southern world. Italian cities kept strong elites who held on to urban life, and as a result, towns remained central from an early date. In the Northwest, economic and elite patterns broke more fully between the 7th and 9th centuries. True urban revival took longer and did not strengthen until after 1000. Rural change must be viewed in long scale. In Provence, from the 1st century onward, land concentrated in large units producing wine, oil, and wool. These activities faded in the 3rd and 4th centuries, and wine amphora production stopped. Vineyards in the north grew instead, and agricultural markets became more regional. Even as processing centers closed, wealthy landowners continued to build churches and decorate estates. Over time, estates shifted from direct production to rent collection. The word for a landed unit changed meaning, eventually referring to territories of many sizes. Major landowners still existed in the 6th and 7th centuries, especially in Francia, but they acted more as rent collectors than as managers of farms. Large plow teams disappeared, and sharecroppers and tenants took over cultivation. Gradually, the relationship between lord and tenant changed. Rather than owning land outright, many peasants held inherited units in exchange for payment. A system of strip farming appeared, divided into small fields assigned to tenant families in rotation. Lords demanded a share of produce and labor, but possession could be passed to children. Forms of obligation evolved across regions. Some tenants owed weekly work, others owed plow service or transport. Heavy labor corvées were especially useful to landlords. By the end of the 9th century, a tenant's legal status no longer matched the type of land held. A free man working a servile unit owed servile duties. A serf on a free unit owed only free obligations. In practice, work and rent mattered more than formal status. Women played an important role too. Sources show groups of women spinning and weaving cloth in household settings and in shared workspaces. In estates of northern Francia, roughly half the population may have been free and half unfree. Yet even people of servile origin gained more stability once they were attached to a specific holding and could form households. The early manorial pattern of the Frankish core depended on mixed labor and aimed to boost cereal production on a larger scale without relying on slave gangs. Lords supplied animals to tenants so that teams could plow efficiently. This emphasis on trained plow workers explains why large ox teams became so common. Whether this system was productive is less important than understanding why it existed, why it thrived in the north, and why it appeared more weakly in the south. In the Eastern Empire, most farms became small tenant plots. The government collected taxes directly from peasant cultivators. This made military recruitment and revenue simpler. Later, large estates re-emerged, but the central pattern remained one of rent rather than direct cultivation. Transport obligations in the West formed networks linking estates to palaces, harbors, and monasteries. Goods moved along fixed routes, redistributing surplus grain and livestock. Some produce went to trade, and some supplied armies. In Italy, these routes centered on cities where goods were stored and sold. Over time, professional merchants replaced estate officials, and domain-based exchange blended into broader commerce. Royal policy shaped estate systems too. One important regulation instructed royal estates to produce goods needed by government and military. Kings collected supplies from monasteries under their protection and could transfer church lands to followers. In some regions, church tenants struggled under growing military demands. In the late 9th century, free and noble men were taxed using land units as measurement. In southern areas, estates worked differently. There, corvées and large-scale domain farming are rarely mentioned, and landlords collected rent instead. Other regions like Iceland, Brittany, and Catalonia had mostly independent peasant farmers who lived on subsistence and small surplus. Social rank existed but remained tied to village life rather than estate control. No single rural form explains growth between 400 and 1000. Prosperity rose partly because burdens eased and peasants kept more of their harvests. Growth came first through expansion of arable land in western areas. Change was slow, driven by better use of tools, soil management, and family labor. Innovations spread unevenly. The key shift was the rise of the small farm household as the active center of production. Tools known since antiquity continued to be used but under new economic relations. As tenants gained inherited rights and protection, their work became more stable and productive. The period around 1000 marks a turning point mainly in perception. Evidence becomes thin and must be compared carefully with earlier material. Some labor obligations faded, others survived. In certain districts, long-standing plow service continued with reduced manual work. Many old holdings were broken into smaller plots, yet traces of original units remained. New taxes based on headcounts or local facilities replaced older estate dues. By this time, the classic estate system was fading, and measurement of land changed as villages diversified. In Flanders, which later became a center of towns and industry, estates never dominated fully. The model of urban revival must therefore be widened beyond trade alone. Cities grew not only through merchants, but also through demand from elites, garrisons, church households, and craftsmen. Urban centers consumed food and raw materials, encouraging production in surrounding countryside. Trade was one part of urban life, not the single cause. Towns that grew strongest were those where power, money, worship, craft, and administration all gathered. The long development of Western economies from the 7th to 12th century shows that contact across regions never ceased. Traders, raiders, pilgrims, and marriage alliances kept networks alive. Goods, ideas, and people moved even in times of war. Over generations, family farms increased productivity with horses, soil improvement, crop diversity, and textile industry. New markets and fairs linked north and south, and large towns emerged with wage labor and craft specialization. True urban culture arose when towns concentrated wealth, authority, and identity. Citizens developed their own rules and institutions. Surplus grain, cloth, and metalwork passed through city warehouses, returned as wages, and circulated again through markets. Magnates built stone houses, churches commissioned art, and merchants sponsored shipbuilding. Urban society fed on rural output while shaping law, culture, and power. In northern regions, towns gained self-management, though elites controlled finance and trade until later social conflicts. In Italy, cities dominated early due to strong noble and clerical presence. There, new trading classes joined older elites and eventually fought for government rights, forming communes. When viewed across many centuries, the economic rise of Western Europe looks less like a sudden leap and more like a long, uneven lift. Different regions advanced at different paces. To understand town and countryside together, one must consider social change, shifting power, land use, diet, trade, and the movement of people. Urban growth and rural expansion fed one another slowly until medieval society reached a new balance. Early medieval Christianity often receives negative judgment from modern writers. It stands between two more celebrated periods, the age of the early Church Fathers and the later era of reform under powerful popes. Because of this position, many have seen early medieval belief as a flawed version of true Christianity, shaped too closely by kings and rulers, with public worship more important than inner faith. Yet this close link between church and government was actually a defining feature of the time. The well-being of kingdoms was thought to depend on honoring God openly through public ceremonies and correct religious practice. Understanding Christianity as a public force that supported rulers and protected entire peoples is essential when looking at this era. Jonas of Orleans, who lived in the 9th century, believed he lived in a time of spiritual decline. He looked back to what he imagined was a pure beginning of Christian practice. For him, the past offered models of proper behavior that could guide reform in his own day. Yet much of what he considered ancient ritual was in fact quite recent. Many customs he described as old were creative inventions of early medieval clergy. By calling them ancient, church leaders made their reforms appear legitimate and sacred. People have long imagined that Christianity possesses an unchanging core that stands outside history. Scripture and the writings of early religious leaders have been treated as fixed authorities. Over many centuries, Christian communities have drawn on these texts whenever they desired reform. Change was expressed as a return to a pure beginning rather than as something new. Because of this, historians sometimes feel drawn into debates about which version of Christianity is closest to the truth. However, for historical study, the more important task is to uncover how Christians of the past defined themselves, how their ideals shifted over time, and how claims of continuity often hide moments of significant transformation. In the 4th century, the Roman Emperor Constantine reportedly saw a sign of the cross in the sky before a decisive battle. This vision convinced him to favor the Christian God, and storytellers later used this event as the model for royal conversion. Later rulers outside the Roman world were described in similar ways. Conversion stories often included common elements: a Christian queen urging her husband toward baptism, a king demanding a sign of divine power, victory in battle proving the strength of the new God, and then the collective baptism of the king and his warriors. Writers presented conversion as a voluntary, honorable decision made by a leader after careful thought, followed by the rest of his people. Gregory of Tours wrote such a story about King Clovis of the Franks. He described how the king debated Christianity with his counselors and promised to convert if granted military success. After his victory, he and thousands of his followers received baptism. In England, the monk Bede later used similar patterns to tell of King Edwin of Northumbria, whose priests and nobles discussed the new faith with him until they agreed to accept baptism. These accounts linked political identity with religious unity. A people became truly a people when they shared one belief and one ritual life. When Germanic groups settled inside the Roman world, the expectation was that they would adopt the religion of the empire. Sometimes, however, they accepted different interpretations of Christianity. The Visigoths embraced a form that saw Christ as more human than divine, later judged heretical under the label Arianism. Other groups followed similar paths before eventually turning to mainstream Catholic belief. Even Clovis, later praised for pure Catholic loyalty, may have considered Arian teaching before he chose against it. Writers of the time portrayed Arianism as dangerous competition, threatening the unity of the Christian community. England, once part of the Roman Empire but less deeply Romanized than Gaul or Spain, did not immediately follow this pattern. Anglo-Saxon leaders remained pagan for generations, even though Christian communities survived among the native Britons. Missionaries sent from Rome, beginning with Augustine in 597, brought renewed Christian influence. Pope Gregory the Great encouraged the King of Kent to model himself on Constantine. Conversion in Ireland followed a different route. Christianity arrived early, but grew through monastic leadership rather than strong urban bishoprics. Over time, Irish monks developed a distinct religious culture, open to local tradition and devoted to wandering for the sake of faith. Their influence spread across Britain and the continent. The English eventually faced competing religious practices from Irish and Roman traditions, especially in how they calculated Easter. A meeting at Whitby in 664 settled the matter for the Kingdom of Northumbria. The king ruled in favor of Roman usage, claiming that one united people should pray and worship in the same way. This example reveals how rulers oversaw religious decisions. Church councils became tools for shaping public unity, just as Constantine himself had presided over major gatherings in late antiquity. Calls for unity were especially strong in Visigothic Spain. After abandoning Arian belief in the late 6th century, kings and bishops insisted that worship across the realm follow the same rules. A single rite for prayer and song symbolized a single people under one king. Roman authority was invoked as proof of correctness, yet each kingdom imagined itself the true defender of Christian tradition. The Bishop of Rome claimed a universal leadership as the successor of Peter. However, Roman influence relied heavily on the admiration of northern Christians who traveled there for inspiration. Kings from Frankish lands protected the papacy physically and politically, believing Rome must remain pure to uphold its image as a center of true belief. When Charlemagne was crowned in the year 800, he saw his vast territory as a Christian realm united by correct worship and supported by papal blessing. The idea of a chosen Christian people expanded into one universal Christian community composed of many ethnic groups. Yet this unity could also justify violence. Charlemagne's conquest of Saxony forced baptism upon an unwilling population, with executions for those who refused. Church thinkers like Alcuin were troubled by such brutality. However, even critics believed religion was essential for holding kingdoms together. If resistance threatened unity, rulers sometimes imposed belief by force, following the severe examples of Old Testament kings. The Hebrew Bible strongly influenced early medieval rulers. They saw themselves as new leaders of God's chosen people, responsible for right worship. Laws about tithes, rest days, and public behavior drew heavily from ancient scripture. Kings and bishops shared authority, but differed in responsibility. Some churchmen argued that their spiritual power was superior, but most accepted that rulers bore the greatest accountability. If crops failed or armies were defeated, people believed God had withdrawn favor due to sin, meaning public penance was required to restore stability. In the Eastern Empire, similar thinking shaped responses to disaster. After vast regions were lost to Islamic armies in the 7th century, many blamed divine anger. Some believed image worship had polluted faith and demanded purification. Imperial authorities banned icons for a time, relying instead on the cross as the only permitted symbol. Others argued that images should be honored, and conflict lasted over a century. When image worship was restored permanently, it became central to Byzantine identity. Although this struggle was more intense in the East, both halves of the Christian world believed that correct worship ensured God's protection. Christian identity also depended on defining outsiders. Jews, pagans, and heretics served as useful contrasts. Real Jewish communities were often small, yet Christian authors portrayed them vividly through biblical memory. Heresy in the West was rare, and when it appeared, it was usually among learned thinkers rather than ordinary people. Controversies over doctrines such as Christ's nature or predestination stirred intellectual circles, but rarely reached common believers. Still, writers used the image of heretics to warn against spiritual disorder and to reinforce the authority of kings and bishops. Early medieval Christianity was not a passive relic of the past, but a living system that shaped political identity, public ritual, and social behavior. Though it drew its authority from ancient texts, it constantly reinvented itself. The Christian world that formed after Rome was built from old foundations, yet it produced new structures of belief, power, and community. The third main form of the other was pagan belief. The sharp line between Christians and non-Christians was central to how new Western Christian societies saw themselves, since their story began with rulers giving up their old gods. But the writers who described paganism were not neutral observers. They were Christian clergy explaining the errors of the old ways to educated Christian readers. So they reshaped pagan religion into something their audience would recognize: organized temples, clear idols, and priests with defined roles. Bede's story of the pagan priest Coifi shows this. He describes Coifi riding a royal horse and carrying weapons when he went to tear down his own shrines. Bede then comments that this behavior had been forbidden to Coifi when he was a pagan priest. That detail reflects Christian ideas about priests who were supposed to avoid bloodshed and warfare. In the same spirit, Bishop Daniel of Winchester wrote to his former student Boniface, who was then preaching in Thuringia, explaining how to argue with non-Christians. Daniel advised not to quarrel directly, but to ask questions that would expose contradictions in their stories about the gods. If their gods are born, how can they be eternal? When did they begin? Why did they stop having children? Who ruled before them? Why do Christians live in warm, fertile lands with wine and oil, while pagans are stuck in cold northern regions? This learned classroom image of a neat, logical pagan system would not have been very practical help for Boniface among real villagers. The people he met in Hesse and Thuringia probably did not think of their beliefs in such clear, ordered categories. In Willibald's Life of Boniface, we see a more dramatic storybook scene. Boniface cutting down the sacred oak at Geismar to prove the old gods were powerless. But even this famous act comes from a long line of stories about saints destroying holy trees, going back to the life of Saint Martin by Sulpicius Severus, a hugely influential work. When we read Boniface's own letters, we see something different. Most of his work was not against pure paganism, but against forms of Christianity that had developed with odd teachings and habits after earlier missions. His strongest words about true pagan ritual actually concern Rome, where he had heard disturbing reports about people still celebrating the old Lupercalia festival for the new year. Most of his questions to popes and English friends dealt with wandering Christianity rather than untouched heathenism. For him, distorted Christian practice was a more pressing danger than some tidy pagan theology of the sort his teacher Daniel had outlined. In many texts, paganism appears more as an idea in Christian minds than a detailed record of real behavior. Law codes from Frisian lands speak of child offerings on cold seashores, with high tide swallowing the victims. This is called pagan practice, but it does not mean there was a fully worked-out religion with a set list of gods and doctrines. Sacred places were often linked to natural sites such as groves, hills, springs, valleys, or islands, not only to build temples. Rituals involved omens, fortune-telling, and sacrifices. Such actions could easily be blended into a new religious framework and did not disappear overnight when people were baptized. For missionaries, the first goal of conversion was to change outward behavior. New believers had to stop doing certain things that were now stamped as non-Christian. A deep change in ideas and inner beliefs could come later. Baptism formulas in Old High German required people to reject named gods like Donar and Woden and all their show. But even those names and descriptions came from missionaries, not the villagers themselves. There was no neutral category of local custom in these texts. In practice, almost every social act was labeled either Christian or pagan. Anything that smelled of magic was put into the pagan box. Things like divination, protective charms, spoken spells, and simple magic tricks were everyday tools to handle fear and risk. People, whether baptized or not, might try them. In a famous collection of questions about forbidden acts, compiled by Bishop Burchard of Worms, most examples of magic involve people who almost certainly saw themselves as Christians. Many stole church oil used in sacraments and used it for spells. This does not prove a hidden pagan core, but shows how blurred the line was. The authors of these correction texts used pagan and superstition as a broad sack into which they threw a wide range of practices they disliked. By attacking this mixed bag, they sharpened what they thought counted as real Christianity. Physical evidence does not make things much clearer. Burials with grave goods might look pagan, but what if a cross is also present? Does that make the person Christian or not? The line between the two was drawn in the minds of Christian observers. Pagan territory began where Christian control seemed to end. Paganism was, above all, the label for the outer edge. It marked the border between us and them, both outside the Christian realms and within their own borders. That border existed to be crossed by missionaries, often alongside or supported by armies. From here, we can turn to how Christians built up their own sacred spaces and social differences. At the beginning of the Christian movement, there had been an ideal that God did not live in stone shrines, but was present wherever believers gathered. Over time, however, Christianity became very much a religion centered on holy places, especially the resting places of saints. From late antiquity onward, churches and relics created a new religious map that replaced the older pagan one. Visiting these places and caring for the remains of holy men and women gave bishops, abbots, and later kings strong tools for building their authority. Relics were moved with great ceremony from one place to another, and stories about their discovery and transport multiplied. These events were not only emotional and devotional moments, but also acts of power. They showed who could command the presence of the holy. Most early medieval saints were important church leaders or founders with high social rank. Biographies and miracle stories about them reinforced links between holiness and elite status. Control over a saint's cult meant access to a powerful spiritual resource that could be used to support rule, settle conflicts, and draw followers. Kings and nobles came to rely on monasteries and saintly communities for constant prayer. Rulers freed some monasteries from the normal demands of royal agents and from close episcopal control. In return, these communities promised to pray for the ruler's success and the safety of the kingdom. Later, Carolingian rulers tightened their hold on monasteries, offering even stronger protection, but also deeper involvement in their internal life. The ideal was a network of pure, peaceful communities whose worship upheld the stability of the realm. Within this system, the rule of Benedict gradually took on a new role. What began as one guide among many for moderate monastic life became, in the Carolingian world and beyond, the standard pattern for serious communal prayer. Large royal abbeys full of children, guests, and complex property did not match Benedict's original small household, but church leaders used his text as a model and adapted it. Monks and nuns living under Benedict's rule were now seen as the core guardians of disciplined, round-the-clock prayer. At the same time, the difference between monks and canons had to be clarified. Monks and nuns followed a stricter path, bound to constant communal worship in enclosed spaces. Canons were clergy who lived together and prayed together, but also had pastoral duties among the people. Reform meetings in the early 9th century tried to draw a sharper line between these two groups, yet in practice they often overlapped. In many areas, religious communities, not village parishes, were the main pillars of church life. Monks, canons, and other communal clergy organized masses for the living and the dead, cared for local people, and managed vast networks of land. Over time, offering Mass for specific intentions became one of the main tasks of these communities. The service itself shifted in meaning. It was no longer only a shared remembrance of Christ's death and rising, but also a sacrifice presented for a particular purpose: good weather, peace, safe travel, victory in war, or the salvation of a dead relative. Networks of mutual remembrance grew, where groups promised to pray for one another's dead. Thick books listing the names of benefactors, friends, and rulers recorded these ties. Being included in such a book meant a share in the community's ongoing spiritual work. Women's houses also played a part in this world of prayer, even though they depended on male clergy to perform Mass. Their form of dedicated virginity was especially valued because it combined high birth, a measure of distance from everyday politics, and constant intercession. Some female communities acted with strong moral confidence. For example, there were nuns who refused to pray for a king who had cast aside his lawful wife, making clear they understood the power of withholding their support. These patterns rested on changing ideas about death and what came after. The final judgment at the end of time remained central, but many now believed that each soul faced a first judgment right after death. Those who had not fully atoned for their sins would suffer in a state of temporary punishment from which they might be freed by the prayers of the living. Visionary stories of journeys through the afterlife showed souls in pain and criticized kings and great men who had failed in their duties. Such tales warned powerful listeners that their actions on earth would be weighed, and that even they might depend on the prayers and gifts they arranged. A deep divide opened between those who lived in organized religious communities and the ordinary priests who served scattered villages. Monasteries and great churches were staffed mainly by people from rich and noble families, often given into the cloister as children, along with land that would have been their inheritance. In theory, status inside the cloister was supposed to depend on seniority and spiritual merit. In daily life, however, old social hierarchies still mattered. Servants, laborers, and dependent peasants supported the community's way of life, allowing its members to focus on liturgy and learning. Ordinary village priests, by contrast, often lived much closer to the people around them in both style and status. Many came from lowly backgrounds and served in churches founded by local lords. Their income and safety depended on those same patrons. Some priests were attached to small monastic cells or to cathedral chapters, and thus formed part of broader religious networks. Others stood almost alone in rural regions, with little contact with bishops or major houses. Their work was to baptize, marry, bury, and teach in modest settings, often sharing the hardships of their neighbors. As bishops tried to reform the clergy, they wrote lists of instructions and compiled handbooks. These texts show what was expected of rural priests. They should be literate, morally upright, and clean in their habits, particularly in matters related to sex and violence. Bishops also wanted them to be firmly under episcopal control, not merely servants of lay lords. Rulers supported these reforms, issuing orders that priests should not be beaten, thrown out of their churches, or humiliated without proper judgment. Yet some parish priests became local strongmen, using their position to build influence and resisting correction. Sexual conduct was a key battlefield in the effort to set clergy apart. The ideal that priests should not be married or sexually active had a long history. Over centuries, church leaders returned again and again to the argument that those who handle the holiest things must keep their bodies pure. In earlier times, this applied mainly to bishops and higher clergy, who performed the Eucharist only occasionally. By the early medieval period, monks and other celibate clergy were seen as a separate, higher level of Christian life. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Christian world, ordinary priests were generally allowed to marry, as long as they followed certain rules. This shows that Christian communities could make different practical choices while sharing many beliefs. All of this raises a question about the expectations of the wider population. The category lay people was still quite loose in this period. Belonging to the Christian community was first and foremost a matter of baptism. The ceremony was still public and solemn, though the focus shifted from adults to infants. Godparents took on the duty of speaking promises on behalf of the child and became spiritual kin, creating webs of relationships that could shape politics and society. Among the great of the earth, monasteries drew fascination and desire. Rulers and noble families often chose to retire to religious houses at the end of their lives or at moments of crisis, hoping to die in a robe rather than in armor. This was seen as a safer path to salvation. For people lower down the social scale, the process of changing death customs was slower. The poor might only gradually gain access to full Christian burial with clerical rites. By the time such burials became more common, the Church could also more clearly mark out those who were denied them because of unrepented serious sin. Life between baptism and death was structured by the Christian calendar. Sundays, fast days, and saints' festivals shaped the rhythm of work and rest. Major seasons, such as Lent, were times for fasting, confession, and preparation for communion at Easter. Regular reception of the Eucharist remained rare and required serious preparation. Confession and penance, first developed inside monasteries, spread into wider society through manuals that listed sins and assigned remedies such as fasting or almsgiving. Public penance, with formal rituals of shame, was reserved for the powerful whose actions caused scandal and harmed the whole community. It is not easy to hear the voices of ordinary believers or ordinary priests behind these texts, which were mostly written by educated churchmen. But if we want to understand this world, we need to pay attention to the contrast that mattered most at the time. Not simply clergy versus laity, but the strong versus the weak. Rulers and magnates used religion to support their power, but poor people also turned to prayer, saints, and rituals for protection and hope. Marriage provides a good example of how religious practice developed in stages. Early Christian wedding blessings existed, but most of what we would now call the wedding remained a family event centered on property, alliances, and celebration. The Church most strongly insisted that marriage should be lasting, and that many types of kin were forbidden as partners. Rules against close marriage grew more complex and reached deep into noble family strategies. Like public penance, these rules could cut sharply across powerful interests. So, was early medieval Christianity simply imposed from above? It certainly had many top-down features. Kings and noble patrons fought over churches, saints, and monasteries, and used them as bases of authority. But many ordinary men and women, and many lower-ranking priests, also cared deeply about what was right belief and right practice. Demands for clerical reform, stricter celibacy, and purer worship often came from those who depended on church prayer for their own salvation. The shape of Christianity in this period was the result of constant negotiation between rulers, clergy, and the wider people, all trying in their own way to live out what they thought was true faith. From the middle of the 11th century onward, major reform movements changed Western Christianity and reshaped political life. These changes later led to the conflict known as the investiture controversy. Church leaders became more confident, and church authority tried to create a sharper separation between religious power and secular rule, insisting that anything sacred belonged only to the clergy. However, these developments did not appear suddenly. They were built from older concerns that stretched back for centuries. The fight against buying church offices and the demand for pure clergy were both long-standing issues, even though they gained new force in this period. Many scholars have described the 11th century as a complete turning point, but earlier forms of Christianity had their own strength and identity, and cannot simply be dismissed as undeveloped versions of what came later. Using the year 1000 as a point of change is misleading. Religious ideas and customs shifted slowly over generations, and older habits often survived alongside newer standards. A better way to imagine this is like layers of rock pressing together, or like streams gradually feeding into a larger river. One well-known example often used to mark change is the monastic center at Cluny, founded in the early 10th century by a powerful noble. Its foundation document allowed its monks to choose their leaders freely and placed the monastery under papal authority. Later, in the mid-11th century, Cluny became an important force in new reform movements, but early research was too quick to imagine Cluny as special from the start. Over time, scholars have shown that many other monasteries shared similar qualities and that Cluny stood within a long tradition rather than outside it. Its importance came from the way it combined existing ideas rather than from being completely new. In German lands, emperors still directed monastic reform during the 10th century, continuing older habits of royal involvement. One story tells that an emperor visiting a monastery dropped his royal staff during a service to test whether the monks would break their concentration. None did, and he was pleased. This story was retold around a century later by a monk who strongly opposed later reformers. His criticism reflects growing tension between traditional cooperation with secular rulers and newer demands for strict church independence. Meanwhile, in regions like France and Lotharingia, powerful nobles increasingly took over roles once held by kings. Reform did not happen in only one place. It grew in many religious houses, at Cluny, at Gorze, at Ghent, at Fleury, and across England, where churchmen worked closely with the king. In the late 10th century, the English monarchy made Benedict's rule the standard model for communal religious life. Similar patterns appeared in Italy, where reformers arrived by invitation to strengthen monastic discipline. The 10th century was not a dull age, but one full of intense spiritual action. Many warriors renounced violence and entered the religious life. One northern noble known for fighting bandits eventually became bishop, then a monk, then founded a small community of his own, far from worldly noise. His personal retreat soon became a monastery. His life shows how turning away from war and wealth did not break with tradition, but instead followed familiar paths into monastic seclusion. The religious world and the world of power remained linked. Kings, nobles, bishops, and abbots all moved across these boundaries, using spiritual authority to strengthen their rule and depending on monasteries for prayer and support. This connection had deep roots and had been forming since late antiquity. These ties later came under pressure during reform movements after his time, but the relationships between sacred and secular power had been shaped over many centuries. The long process that reshaped Christian thought and church authority still needs much more study. The changes of the 11th century were not sudden eruptions, but the outcome of steady, layered development that reached far back into earlier centuries. In the year 400, the high culture of Western Europe and the Mediterranean was Roman and imperial, at least for the ruling classes. We can imagine this world through a rich silver dish, showing the Emperor Theodosius sitting in state with his sons and bodyguards, made a little earlier in the same period. It was probably a gift from the emperor to an important official. Around the year 1000, a much smaller group of people lived in a culture that was still Roman and imperial in style. A good example is the portrait of the Saxon Emperor Otto III in a Gospel book, where he is shown enthroned, while symbolic female figures representing Rome, Gaul, Germany, and the Slavic lands approach him. The picture uses many classical visual ideas and was meant to signal a renewal of the Roman idea of empire. But its meaning is very different from the ancient models, not least because it appears inside a Christian book of the Gospels, not on a secular object. The cultural development between those two objects is complicated. Still, It can be roughly divided into 5 broad phases: the last decades of the Western Roman Empire, which set the foundations for later developments, the time of the barbarian successor kingdoms, the separate path followed by Spain after most of it was taken over by Islam, the so-called Carolingian Renaissance of the late 8th and 9th centuries, and finally the Ottonian renewal of the 10th century. If we only follow these periods one after another, it is easy to ignore the things that remained the same across them. Yet the changes in Western European culture between 400 and 1000 were so deep that we must pay serious attention to each distinct phase, not only to the long-term continuities. In the last century of the Western Roman Empire, politics were unstable and often violent. The Visigoths and Vandals entered imperial territory and caused serious damage. However, the official cultural picture still tried to present calm and order. Some writers, especially in Gaul and Spain, described invasions and civil wars in detail. Others chose to avoid giving any sense of collapse, and instead focused on order, morality, and stability. Even so, imperial culture was not frozen. New things appeared at the imperial court. The general Stilicho, who had barbarian ancestry, was shown on a carved ivory panel, wearing long trousers, a style that had been banned in Rome a few years earlier. Another major change was the move of the western capital from Milan to Ravenna, when Honorius shifted his residence there to enjoy the protection of the surrounding marshes. Ravenna gained grand imperial buildings, particularly under the influence of Honorius's sister, Galla Placidia. She built a palace chapel dedicated to John the Evangelist to thank God for saving her and her young son from a deadly storm at sea as they traveled back from Constantinople to claim the throne. The chapel's decoration included portraits of Christian emperors and a vivid image of the storm that had nearly killed them. She also founded a Church of the Holy Cross with a nearby Chapel of Lawrence. An official chronicle from Ravenna, known only from a later copy, recorded events there with symbolic pictures in the margins. It showed, for example, stylized images of earthquakes and the severed heads of traitors who had been executed. Strikingly, it said nothing about barbarian invaders. The art of Ravenna, a recently enriched city like Constantinople had once been, presented it as a proper imperial center, defeating internal enemies and ignoring foreign threats. Ravenna became the Western capital and later drew important rulers such as Charlemagne and Otto III, who admired its monuments. Imperial art as a whole aimed to project strength and permanence, almost to the point of stiffness. Besides buildings, there were statues and many official portraits of emperors in public spaces, much like modern states that hang leaders' photographs in government offices. Imperial power also appeared in gift-giving ceremonies at the court. On New Year's Day, at the start of a consul's term, on birthdays and anniversaries, emperors distributed precious silver dishes and other luxuries, each matched to the status of the receiver. High officials might receive fine brooches, and similar items could be sent as diplomatic gifts beyond the imperial borders. This court culture also appears clearly in written texts. The prefaces to laws are full of imperial language and praise of the emperor's justice. Another important form was the panegyric, speeches in prose or verse in honor of a ruler or new consul. Orators such as Symmachus or the poet Claudian delivered them. These speeches often explained imperial policies and could even include mild criticism, but they were wrapped in traditional Roman myths and flattering imagery. The court and the empire's upper classes shared one main literary culture. Education for the elite focused on grammar and rhetoric. Training in speaking and writing well prepared a man for both high office and for the ideal of cultivated leisure. Working in public life was seen as a necessary duty, even though the highest ideal was to enjoy peace and study. Well-born senators were expected to be widely read. They could show their learning in government, in law courts, in their private libraries, and perhaps most of all in their letters. Letters helped to maintain friendships and social networks, which were central to the life of the late Roman aristocracy. This literary world had deep roots going back at least to the late Republic. It continued almost unchanged despite the Christianization of the empire. The Bible, which became central to the new religion, did not meet classical standards of style, but this did not make educated Christians turn their backs on literature. Instead, they sometimes reworked biblical stories into polished Latin verse. Jerome, the great translator of the Bible into Latin, wrote with refined style and worried about his love of classical authors. Augustine of Hippo, one of the most important Christian thinkers, had trained as a rhetorician and had worked in the imperial court. His theology drew on rhetorical techniques and on philosophical ideas taken from Platonism. Together with Ambrose of Milan and Basil of Caesarea, Jerome and Augustine were leading church writers of the 4th and 5th centuries. Their works, especially biblical commentaries, shaped most early medieval learning. Augustine, like Jerome, was also a prolific letter writer, and Paulinus of Nola used letters and poetry to reshape older ideals of friendship into a Christian language of spiritual love. The court and the aristocracy were joined by this shared literary culture, which gives us a picture of a refined and educated late Roman world. Yet this picture can distract us from the constant role of military force. Armed power became most visible during civil wars or when barbarian attacks grew too strong to control. But it was always present in the background. We can see it in the soldiers guarding Theodosius in imperial art, in the weapons and military brooches shown on images of Stilicho, in the massive gates and walls of frontier cities such as Trier, and in the defensive walls of Rome and Constantinople built during crises. We also see it in the many military belt buckles found in graves near the frontiers, which later influenced the equipment of barbarian warriors. By removing most citizens from military service and concentrating troops at the borders, the empire had separated civilian and military life to some degree. But this separation weakened in the 5th century as crises grew. Roman culture was not only formed by Latin and Greek speakers. Other languages survived in the provinces. Some, like Coptic and Syriac, continued in use, especially in religious circles and among groups that stood on the edge of mainstream church life, including some ascetics and dissidents. This shows how Christianity itself could split into many local forms, each shaped by language, beliefs, and the cults of specific saints. Some scholars speak of many small, local Christian worlds. In the Western regions, written traces of such regional languages appear around the year 600, later than in the East. This may partly reflect the loss of documents, but it also suggests that, unlike the peoples of the Middle East, the Celts had not previously developed strong written traditions. After the decline of Roman court culture, however, Celtic areas such as parts of Britain and Ireland developed their own literary and artistic styles. Most of the kingdoms that replaced Roman rule in the West tried in some way to continue or imitate imperial forms. The Ostrogoths, who settled in Italy in the late 5th century, took Ravenna as their capital. Their king Theodoric built on what earlier Roman rulers had done. Because the Goths, including their king, followed Arian Christianity, which had a different understanding of the Trinity from the mainstream church, they did not use the existing Catholic churches in the city. Instead, they built their own cathedral, baptistry, and royal chapel, richly decorated with mosaics. These images seem to have included portraits of Theodoric and his court, set against scenes of Ravenna's palace and harbor. When imperial forces from Constantinople later conquered the city, they altered some of these mosaics, removing Gothic figures and replacing them with images that honored the new emperor. They also created the famous images of the emperor and empress with their courts in the Church of San Vitale. That building later impressed the planners of Charlemagne's palace chapel at Aachen. The Ostrogothic court also adopted Roman-style government. Theodoric kept many Roman institutions and offices, and one of his leading officials, Cassiodorus, later collected his official letters as examples for future administrators. These letters show how the Ostrogoths used Roman methods to rule Italy. At the same time, old aristocratic literary traditions survived. Boethius, a member of the Roman elite who served under Theodoric, was one of the last major Latin philosophers of antiquity. In addition to writing his famous Consolation of Philosophy while in prison awaiting execution, he translated parts of Aristotle and composed technical works on music, mathematics, and theology. Other barbarian kingdoms did not inherit a major capital city, so they had to build on the practices of regional Roman administration rather than on central imperial structures. The Visigoths in Spain, the Franks in Gaul, and the Burgundians all followed this path. A letter from the Bishop of Rheims to the Frankish king Clovis congratulates him on taking over the government of a Roman province, showing how older structures continued under new rulers. Some barbarian kings even admitted, in official letters, that they were formally subordinate to the emperor in Constantinople, but that did not stop them from behaving like small emperors themselves. The Frankish king Theudebert I once issued gold coins in his own name, and another king, Chilperic, had large decorated dishes made with proud inscriptions, similar to earlier imperial gifts. The Merovingian rulers of the Franks were not simply uneducated warriors. They could read and write, and some letters survive from their court in the eastern Frankish lands. More broadly, there was a continuous tradition of aristocratic letter writing in Gaul, running from the late Roman period into the time of the successor kingdoms. Bishops and nobles such as Sidonius Apollinaris, his relatives Ruricius and Avitus, and the later Desiderius of Cahors all maintained this practice. Poets also continued to write flattering verses and occasional pieces in honor of kings and nobles, as we see in the works of Venantius Fortunatus at the end of the 6th century. In Spain, a strong royal court emerged again under the Visigoths in the later 6th century. They had already tried to copy the imperial model when King Atholf married the emperor's sister, Galla Placidia, early in the 5th century. Later, King Leovigild created royal insignia and founded a new city named after his son, echoing imperial city building. Another king, Requeswinthe, built a small royal chapel that still stands and donated a richly worked gold crown to a church, evidence of a tradition of royal offerings described in earlier sources. The ideology of the Visigothic court in the later 6th and 7th centuries appears more in church councils and in the histories written by bishops and scholars than in private letters. Authors like Isidore of Seville and Julian of Toledo used their works to present the Visigothic monarchy as legitimate heirs of Rome and defenders of the faith. The Lombards entered Italy later than the other barbarian groups, but they too absorbed elements of imperial style. A famous example is the decorated visor of a king's helmet, which shows the ruler in a proud, formal stance. Their palaces in cities like Milan, Pavia, and Monza are only known through later descriptions, especially by the writer Paul the Deacon. In Anglo-Saxon England, the influence of imperial culture was weaker still. Britain had never been deeply Romanized, and the arrival of the Anglo-Saxons was spread out over a long and destructive period. Yet traces of imperial imagery persist, for example in the way Bede described the Northumbrian king Edwin, drawing on Roman models of kingship. Thus, the courts of the successor kingdoms in the West kept some echoes of imperial style. Even more clearly, Papal Rome preserved and reshaped the Roman heritage. While Ravenna became the practical seat of the Western court, Rome remained the symbolic imperial city. In the emperor's absence, the popes increasingly presented themselves as the guardians and heirs of this great past. For the papacy, Rome was above all the city of the apostles Peter and Paul. In late antiquity, a great church was built over Peter's grave on the Vatican Hill, and another over Paul's tomb outside the city walls. Later, popes added many more churches at the burial places of martyrs. Their building projects and donations were carefully recorded in a book of papal biographies that runs from the 6th to the 9th centuries. Some popes focused on building churches for pilgrims over catacombs on the outskirts of the city. Gregory the Great did not build much, but he redesigned the crypt of St. Peter's and was hugely important in other ways, in his biblical commentaries, in his management of church lands, in his defense of Rome, and in his mission to convert the Anglo-Saxons in England. The popes also claimed the imperial past by reusing older buildings in the city. One pope turned a former official audience hall into a church with a splendid mosaic of Christ at his return in glory. Another transformed a ceremonial hall near the Palatine Hill into a church dedicated to Mary, whose wall paintings now provide a rare sequence of early medieval art. A later pope converted the old Senate house itself into a church, and another consecrated a famous pagan temple to Christian worship, turning it into a Church of Mary. In all these ways, the papacy both Christianized Rome and symbolically took over its imperial legacy. Kings and popes, then, drew heavily on Roman traditions, and the remaining aristocracies around them continued to value classical literary culture. Yet beneath this surface, real change was underway. Many of the great urban schools that had once taught grammar and rhetoric seem to have disappeared by around 500. Gaul, which had produced famous teachers and orators in the 4th century, largely lost this educational network. Only a few public orators are recorded afterward. Public speaking survived mainly in church sermons. Some preachers, like Caesarius of Arles, deliberately used plain language in order to reach ordinary hearers. In Italy, traditional schooling survived somewhat longer. Writers praised Rome and Milan as centers of learning, and high-level education must also have been available in Ostrogothic Ravenna, since royal women there were known to be well educated. But the long wars between imperial and Gothic forces, and later the Lombard invasions, damaged cities and weakened their resources. They could no longer easily support professional teachers. With the collapse of the imperial court and administration, the state no longer required large numbers of trained rhetoricians. The reward for mastering classical rhetoric therefore declined. Education shifted into church institutions. Basic reading skills were taught at local churches using the Bible, especially the Psalms, as main texts. More advanced learning was found in Episcopal households and, increasingly, in monasteries. Even before the Gothic Wars, Cassiodorus had imagined setting up a Christian center of higher learning in Rome with papal support. When that plan failed, he founded a monastery on his estates in southern Italy. There he wrote biblical commentaries and other works, encouraged the copying of books, and created a handbook that guided his monks through the main texts of Christian and classical learning. Others also tried to save important knowledge from the past. In early 7th century Spain, Isidore of Seville wrote a huge reference work that summarized many fields of classical learning for later generations. Other monks compiled collections of useful quotations from earlier authors, especially the Church Fathers, so that readers could quickly find texts on particular themes. Cassiodorus's move into monastic education reflected a wider trend. Monasteries became increasingly important as centers of learning and spirituality. The monastic ideal had started in Egypt in the 4th century, where men and women withdrew into solitude or communities to seek a holy life. Stories about these monks and nuns traveled west and inspired similar experiments, first in Gaul and then elsewhere. A network of monasteries grew up under different leaders and rules. The text known as the Rule of Benedict, written in Italy in the 6th century, was only one of many sets of guidelines, and it took a long time before it became dominant. In the 5th to 7th centuries, monastic life did not create a single unified Christian culture. Instead, its great variety echoed the regional character of post-Roman culture more broadly. This regional character had its positive sides. Britain provides a good example. The first long historical text that survives from Western Britain is by a cleric called Gildas, written in the early 6th century. Earlier, the island had produced the theologian Pelagius, who left for Italy and made his mark in Rome, and the missionary Patrick, whose letters tell us about his work in Ireland. Gildas, by contrast, seems to have remained in Britain, and maybe later moved to Brittany. His Latin is polished and shows that he had a good education. He resembles moral writers in Gaul who criticized the sins of their society. But he wrote from within a specific region, condemning the sins of his own leaders and explaining disasters as divine punishment. Gildas is one of the earliest authors in the West to offer a regional view of history, but he was soon followed by others. Brief records of events had already been compiled by authors such as Hydatius in Spain. Later, writers like Gregory of Tours and Fredegar in Gaul, Isidore in Spain, Bede in Northumbria, and Paul the Deacon in Italy all wrote histories that focused on particular lands or peoples. Jordanus produced a history of the Goths from a viewpoint close to Constantinople. Modern scholars rightly insist that each of these authors had his own goals and should not simply be labeled as the first writers of national history. Still, the fact remains that they chose to look at the past from within specific regions or communities, even when they believed that God's plan guided events. In contrast, historians in the Eastern Empire, like Procopius and Agathias, could still write histories of a unified Roman Empire centered on Constantinople. Regional differences also shaped the growing world of saints' stories. It is not even clear how many such texts were written in this period. In Visigothic Spain, only a small number of lives of saints survive, and post-Roman Italy also has relatively few. Gregory the Great wrote his Book of Miracle Stories, partly because he thought there were too few written accounts of holy people in his own time. At first glance, the Frankish lands look very different, because a lot of the texts about Merovingian saints have been edited and published. But we cannot be sure how much of this material was actually written before the middle of the 8th century. For the 6th century, we have a large body of saints' stories from Gregory of Tours and Venantius Fortunatus. In Gregory's view, the Frankish world was full of shrines where holy people were buried, each one giving access to divine power and usually linked to a local cult, which, in his opinion, should ideally be managed by clergy. Each shrine, in its own way, formed a tiny local Christian world. But Gregory's way of seeing things may not have been widely shared. He may have shaped his stories to strengthen church authority more than to describe reality. Some people clearly doubted the power of saints. Still, his writings open a window on a religious landscape that was even more local and fragmented than the one a classical writer like Pausanias had seen in Greece. By the 7th century, many saints' lives were less focused on miracles and more on politics, as in the accounts of the deaths of bishops such as Praectus of Clermont and Leodegar of Autun. Many of the changes described so far happened inside the existing Roman cultural frame. Even histories of Germanic peoples and kingdoms were mostly written in Latin and from a Roman angle. At the same time, the new Germanic rulers brought their own traditions and also versions of Roman customs they had already reshaped before entering the empire. These elements added further variety. It is, however, difficult to say exactly what is Germanic and what is not, apart from some types of archaeological objects. Most of the barbarians were only converted to Christianity after they had crossed into Roman territory, and we have very little solid information about their earlier pagan beliefs. Older scholars liked to combine the 1st century account of Germanic religion given by Tacitus with the much later Icelandic stories written by Snorri Sturluson in the 13th century. From this mix, they created the idea of a single, unified Germanic paganism. The small amount of reliable evidence we have today suggests that this is misleading. Beliefs and practices seem to have varied a great deal from place to place. A similar problem surrounds early Germanic heroic poetry. The greatest surviving example, the Old English poem Beowulf, exists in only one manuscript, written around the year 1000. The poem, or an earlier version of it, may have been composed much earlier, but we cannot say for sure when the story first arose, or whether its references to the age of migrations reflect real events. Some scenes from Germanic legendary stories can be recognized in art, on metalwork and stone, and on the 8th century Anglo-Saxon whalebone Frank's casket. That box clearly shows the story of Wayland the Smith, but Wieland appears side by side with the Virgin and Child, and other panels show scenes such as Romulus and Remus with the she-wolf and the sack of Jerusalem by the Roman general Titus. Even here, Germanic, Roman, and Christian elements are tightly interwoven. Even if we are cautious about labeling things as Germanic, 2 points are fairly secure. First, the Germanic settlers changed the languages of the regions where they settled. The degree of change varied. It was strongest in what would become England, especially in the east, and in the lands along the Rhine. It was weaker further south, closer to the Mediterranean. The newcomers also influenced artistic styles, especially in patterns of decoration. Second, the new peoples came from warrior societies, and their arrival forced the Romans themselves to mobilize and fight more directly. As a result, the old separation between civilian and military spheres in the Roman world began to break down. In some areas, the new situation encouraged local people to revive older pre-Roman traditions. In the upland regions of Britain, for example, communities went back to building hill forts. These new forts were smaller than those of the pre-Roman Iron Age and seemed to reflect different forms of social organization. The tough, fighting spirit of the post-Roman age is captured in the heroic poem known as the Gododin, which seems to have taken shape in the 6th century and celebrates a doomed war band. The Germanic settlers were not the only outsiders who changed the culture of the former Roman West. Ireland had never been conquered by Rome, but Roman influence reached it most strongly just as the Western Empire was collapsing through Christian missionaries. The result was a distinct Celtic Christian culture. It was long thought radically different from other forms of Christianity, though modern scholars see more overlap than earlier generations did. Some have compared early Irish society to that of ancient Israel, noting similarities between Irish law and the legal sections of the Old Testament. It is now clear that these parallels partly reflect Irish borrowing from biblical books such as Leviticus, rather than a deep, independent likeness. Irish Christianity in the 6th century was strongly ascetic. It drew on Eastern models of desert monasticism, likely transmitted through Gaul. Irish churchmen also promoted a form of private penance based on written tariff books called penitentials, which listed sins and fixed penances. This system seems to have been borrowed from the British Church. What made Irish traditions especially important abroad was another custom: the pilgrimage for Christ, where individuals seeking salvation chose to leave homeland and family behind, following the gospel command to abandon father and mother. Around the year 590, a man from Leinster named Columbanus did exactly this. He left Ireland and settled first in the Frankish kingdom, founding the great monastery of Luxeuil, and later moved to Italy, where he founded Bobbio. In the generations after him, Luxeuil and the related monastery of Corbie in northern Gaul became key cultural centers, especially through their work in producing manuscripts. The script and letter forms developed in Corbie influenced the later creation of Carolingian writing styles. Columbanus is often described as a missionary, and his foundations certainly helped spread Christianity more deeply into the countryside. But he was above all a holy man and strict monk, whose presence energized existing monastic traditions in Gaul and Italy. He was not the only Irishman to raise standards of monastic discipline or to challenge kings on moral grounds. Missionary work was usually not the main purpose of these wandering Irishmen, though there were important exceptions. Aidan, for example, taught and preached in Northumbria under King Oswald, and later Virgil of Salzburg played a major role in organizing missionary activity in eastern Bavaria and Carinthia. The Irish themselves were less central to the long-term idea of organized mission than the people they inspired. The Anglo-Saxons, who had been converted through missions from Rome, Gaul, and Ireland, came to believe that they had a duty to preach to their cousins on the continent, often underestimating how Christian those areas already were. This sense of mission appears clearly in the great historical work of Bede, who gives the first extended narrative of how a whole people came to be Christian. Bede is a striking example of the state of learning at the start of the 8th century, even if he is far from typical. He lived in a double monastery, Wearmouth Jarrow, founded by Benedict Biscop, with strong support from the Northumbrian king Ecgfrith. The community followed a monastic rule influenced by Benedict's, but not identical to it. It had an impressive library, built up through book-collecting journeys to the continent. This allowed Bede to write biblical commentaries of such depth and quality that later readers saw him as the last of the ancient church fathers. Drawing on information gathered from contacts all over the islands, he also produced a learned treatise on time and the calendar, in which he included the first clear explanation in Latin of how tides work. Bede was connected with many other monasteries, including Lindisfarne, whose monks asked him to write a life of their saint, Cuthbert. Another monument made in honor of Cuthbert shows, even more clearly than Bede's texts, how mixed early medieval culture could be. The Lindisfarne Gospels, a richly decorated book of the 4 Gospels, were produced there. Their scribe had access to at least one book from Wearmouth Jarrow, since the portrait of Matthew closely follows an image of the scribe Ezra in a 6th century Italian Bible once owned by Cassiodorus and later brought north by Benedict Biscop. At the same time, the Lindisfarne Gospels contain dense decorative pages filled with intricate patterns drawn from Germanic and Celtic art, especially metalwork designs. Together with other great gospel books from Ireland and Britain, this manuscript shows how many different influences, Roman, Irish, Anglo-Saxon, and more, met in the successor kingdoms of the West. Despite the existence of a shared upper-class culture that looked back to the 4th century, the most striking feature of the post-Roman world was still its variety. The mix of influences differed from region to region. In the Frankish monastery of Echternach, founded for the Anglo-Saxon Willibrord, insular and continental traditions blended. The Trier Gospels from this house show both the animal-shaped initials favored by Frankish scribes, often using fish forms, and the intricate ornament typical of insular books. Similar styles appear in other Frankish liturgical manuscripts of the 8th century. A comparable pick-and-choose approach can be seen in stone sculpture, both in England and on the continent. The half-underground chapel, known as the Hypogée des Dunes at Poitiers, for example, contains figure carvings of the Crucifixion, angels, and the Eastern pillar Saint Simeon, alongside what look like protective images of interlaced fish and a long carved curse. This mix of elements shows just how lively and creative the culture of the British Isles and northern Francia was. In the southern half of Europe, culture remained closer to older Roman forms. That does not mean it was dead. Rather, it served as a storehouse of texts, images, and motifs that others constantly drew upon. In Spain, the cultural path changed sharply after the early 8th century. The rise of Islam did not immediately alter developments in most of the West, but when Muslim forces defeated the Visigothic kingdom in 711, the Islamic world became a direct presence in Western Europe. Islam brought its own forms of learning, study of the Quran, stories and rules about the Prophet, and Islamic law. These traditions were themselves diverse, shaped by political struggles within the Muslim world. When a new dynasty, the Abbasids, overthrew the Umayyads in the east, one surviving member of the old family escaped and took control of Muslim Spain. Under him and his successors, the region remained closely tied to the wider Islamic world, but also went its own way in some matters, such as the legal school it followed. Scholars from Al-Andalus traveled east to learn, especially in fields like astronomy, and then adapted this knowledge to local needs back home. Some of this found its way into calendars and other practical texts. The Umayyad rulers in Spain long dreamed of their lost position as universal caliphs. In Córdoba, they tried to create a capital that echoed Damascus, especially by expanding and embellishing the great mosque over several generations. Court writers praised the city as though it were far larger and grander than archaeology suggests it really was. Even so, the ruins of the royal palace of Madinat al-Zahra, built outside Córdoba by Abd al-Rahman III when he claimed the caliphal title, show just how impressive Umayyad building could be. Drawing on information gathered from contacts all over the islands, he also produced a learned treatise on time and the calendar, in which he included the first clear explanation in Latin of how tides work. Bede was connected with many other monasteries, including Lindisfarne, whose monks asked him to write a life of their saint, Cuthbert. Another monument made in honor of Cuthbert shows, even more clearly than Bede's texts, how mixed early medieval culture could be. The Lindisfarne Gospels, a richly decorated book of the four Gospels, were produced there. Their scribe had access to at least one book from Wearmouth Jarrow, since the portrait of Matthew closely follows an image of the scribe Ezra in a 6th century Italian Bible once owned by Cassiodorus and later brought north by Benedict Biscop. At the same time, the Lindisfarne Gospels contain dense decorative pages filled with intricate patterns drawn from Germanic and Celtic art, especially metalwork designs. Together with other great gospel books from Ireland and Britain, this manuscript shows how many different influences, Roman, Irish, Anglo-Saxon, and more, met in the successor kingdoms of the West. Despite the existence of a shared upper-class culture that looked back to the 4th century, the most striking feature of the post-Roman world was still its variety. The mix of influences differed from region to region. In the Frankish monastery of Echternach, founded for the Anglo-Saxon Willibrord, insular and continental traditions blended. The Trier Gospels from this house show both the animal-shaped initials favored by Frankish scribes, often using fish forms, and the intricate ornament typical of insular books. Similar styles appear in other Frankish liturgical manuscripts of the 8th century. A comparable pick-and-choose approach can be seen in stone sculpture, both in England and on the continent. The half-underground chapel known as the Hypogée des Dunes at Poitiers, for example, contains figure carvings of the Crucifixion, angels, and the Eastern pillar Saint Simeon, alongside what look like protective images of interlaced fish and a long carved curse. This mix of elements shows just how lively and creative the culture of the British Isles and northern Francia was. In the southern half of Europe, culture remained closer to older Roman forms. That does not mean it was dead. Rather, it served as a storehouse of texts, images, and motifs that others constantly drew upon. In Spain, the cultural path changed sharply after the early 8th century. The rise of Islam did not immediately alter developments in most of the West, but when Muslim forces defeated the Visigothic kingdom in 711, the Islamic world became a direct presence in Western Europe. Islam brought its own forms of learning, study of the Quran, stories and rules about the Prophet, and Islamic law. These traditions were themselves diverse, shaped by political struggles within the Muslim world. When a new dynasty, the Abbasids, overthrew the Umayyads in the east, one surviving member of the old family escaped and took control of Muslim Spain. Under him and his successors, the region remained closely tied to the wider Islamic world, but also went its own way in some matters, such as the legal school it followed. Scholars from Al-Andalus traveled east to learn, especially in fields like astronomy, and then adapted this knowledge to local needs back home. Some of this found its way into calendars and other practical texts. The Umayyad rulers in Spain long dreamed of their lost position as universal caliphs. In Cordoba, they tried to create a capital that echoed Damascus, especially by expanding and embellishing the Great Mosque over several generations. Court writers praised the city as though it were far larger and grander than archaeology suggests it really was. Even so, the ruins of the royal palace of Madinat al-Zahra, built outside Cordoba by Abd al-Rahman III when he claimed the caliphal title, showed just how impressive Umayyad building could be. The Umayyads also worried about the lack of written history to support their claims to legitimacy. Although earlier generations had produced some historical and biographical works, many had been lost or survived only in later collections of short life stories. The Caliph al-Hakam II tried to remedy this by promoting the study of history and genealogy, but some of the traditions he encouraged were based on unreliable material. He also built up a huge library in Cordoba, which was later purged by a zealous minister. Most of our information about Umayyad Spain focuses on Cordoba. We know far less about other cities. This is true for both Muslim and Christian communities. Our view of Christian life under Muslim rule has long been shaped by texts connected with a martyr movement in Cordoba in the mid-9th century, written by Eulogius and his friend Paul Alvar. At first glance, these works suggest sharp hostility between Christians and Muslims, but this is misleading. It is clear that many Christians did not support the martyr movement and saw it as dangerous and unnecessary. Church councils still met, and monasteries continued to exist near Cordoba. Recognizing that Eulogius and Alvar do not represent all Christians in the region forces us to rethink how threatened Christianity really was under the Umayyads and how quickly people converted to Islam. It also raises questions about how many churches were actually built or rebuilt under Muslim rule, since some buildings once dated firmly to the Visigothic period may in fact belong to later centuries. Further north in Spain, in the Christian kingdom of Asturias, attitudes hardened over time. This region, along with other parts of the north and center, had never been fully conquered by Muslim forces, although it suffered raids. Earlier, Galicia had been a marginal area in the Visigothic kingdom, but after the Muslim takeover of the south, it became a key region in Christian Spain. One of the earliest important works from this northern world was a commentary on the Book of Revelation, written by a monk named Beatus in the late 8th century at a monastery on the edge of the high Picos Mountains. His library gave him access to many earlier church writers. Whether he connected the rise of Islam directly with the end times is unclear, since he does not name Muslims. He does, however, speak of Spain's evangelization by Saint James, who would later become the symbol of armed resistance against Muslims. Some illustrated copies of Beatus's work, which may have been first produced in Asturian circles, contain images that seem to connect Muslims with apocalyptic themes. Strong anti-Muslim feelings appear more openly in texts from the court of King Alfonso III, such as the so-called Prophetic Chronicle, which confidently predicted the expulsion of Muslims from Spain in the late 9th century. Asturian culture is even more visible in its buildings than in its books. After Alfonso II made Oviedo his capital at the end of the 8th century, a series of churches were built there, including the Church of San Julian de los Prados, whose faded but still visible wall paintings show painted arcades that open onto scenes of churches beyond, creating an illusion of space. This decoration style goes back to late antique models in places like Ravenna and Thessaloniki. At the center of the scheme stands a jeweled cross, echoing the splendid golden cross known as the Cross of the Angels, which Alfonso commissioned. A century later, another royal cross, the Cross of Victory, was made, showing how important such symbols had become in Asturian royal ideology. Another Asturian king, Ramiro I, built a group of royal buildings on a nearby hill, Monte Naranco. Although it is hard to match the surviving structures exactly with the written records of what he built, it is clear that the sculptors who worked there had seen late Roman ivory carvings and Sasanian metalwork, which inspired their designs. As with the earlier successor states, Ramiro's court art drew eclectically on many different sources. While these developments were taking place in Spain, the Carolingians were consolidating their power in the Frankish world and extending it into Italy and Saxony. With their rise came a renewed court culture that consciously reinterpreted the Christian Roman Empire. Some features of what we call the Carolingian Renaissance originated in the monastic culture of late 7th century Francia. One hallmark was a new, clear hand for copying books, now called Caroline minuscule, which grew out of earlier late Merovingian scripts and drew on older Roman letter shapes. Another was the revival of monastic life based on the Rule of Benedict, which missionaries like Boniface strongly promoted. The scholar Alcuin, later a key figure at Charlemagne's court, had been trained at York in northern England, where he studied the works of Bede. The Carolingian cultural revival was not created from nothing, but it was encouraged and directed strongly by Charlemagne himself, without whom it would probably have taken a very different form or remained local. Despite earlier efforts by figures like Boniface and the Bishop Chrodegang of Metz, the first clear sign of a broad cultural program came in 789 with Charlemagne's long directive known as the Admonitio Generalis. Addressed to both churchmen and secular officials, it drew first on church councils from late Roman times to lay down basic rules for clergy and laity, and then on the Bible to set a model for Christian conduct. At the start, it presented the Old Testament King Josiah as an example of how a ruler should inspect and correct his people. Charlemagne was not the first ruler to look to the Bible for models. Earlier Roman emperors and post-Roman kings had been compared to figures such as Moses or the priest-king Melchizedek. But the Carolingians took this further, using Old Testament royal figures such as David and Josiah as constant points of comparison. Much of the Admonitio Generalis simply restated existing church and biblical rules. Yet it also introduced practical instructions about education. Schools were to teach the Psalms, writing or notation, calendar calculation, and grammar. Books, especially Gospels, Psalters, and service books, were to be copied accurately. Later, another directive on cultivating letters again linked good Latin and good reading with proper understanding of Scripture. This stress on schooling and texts lay at the heart of Carolingian culture. Careful Latin, corrected biblical texts, and reliable liturgical books were central goals. Monasteries and scriptoria across the empire worked hard to produce accurate copies of the Bible. The situation with the liturgy was more complex, because earlier there had been many different regional rites in the West. Charlemagne tried to move toward a more unified practice by obtaining a Roman Mass book from the Pope and by supporting later efforts to impose a single monastic rule based on Benedict's text, especially at the Council of Aachen in the time of Louis the Pious. These reforms were meant to make the Frankish realm more pleasing to God. Right belief and right ritual, expressed clearly and as uniformly as possible, were seen as vital to the health of the kingdom. Problems in the Byzantine Empire over religious images gave this a sharper edge. Fierce debates there over whether icons should be venerated or destroyed led Western theologians to distance themselves from both extremes. A major Carolingian text, sometimes called the Caroline Books, criticized Byzantine positions and set out a Western view that accepted the use of images as teaching tools but rejected offering them worship. Carolingian involvement in Italy, especially after the conquest of the Lombard kingdom in 774, brought them into regular contact and conflict with Byzantium, which still held parts of southern Italy and claimed rights over Rome. Support for the papacy and closer ties to Rome were therefore not only religious acts, but also political moves against the Eastern Empire. When the Pope crowned Charlemagne as emperor on Christmas Day in the year 800, this symbolized a new Western imperial order. These Italian links and the new imperial ideal deeply influenced Carolingian cultural choices. Alongside Scripture, Rome itself, its language, literature, and monumental past, was a main foundation of Carolingian culture. The Carolingians' renewed interest in Roman authors such as Donatus and Priscian for grammar, and their monasteries copied and preserved most of the classical Latin works that survive today. They also revived late Roman literary forms, court poetry, epic and occasional, and extensive letter writing. Figures such as Alcuin and Lupus of Ferrières stand out as major authors. The social world that supported this new letter culture differed from that of the late Empire, but the habit of maintaining wide networks of communication looked similar. Roman influence also shaped architecture and art. Carolingians saw Roman, and more broadly Mediterranean, forms as appropriate to their new status. This could be seen in small objects, such as reliquaries designed like miniature triumphal arches, and in large-scale buildings. Charlemagne reused marbles and columns from Ravenna and took inspiration from its church of San Vitale when building his palace chapel at Aachen. Other sites in the empire, such as Paderborn, were sometimes described as New Romes. Rome stood not only for the classical past, but also for papal authority and the Christian memory of Peter and Paul. When the abbot of Fulda decided to build a great church to honor Boniface, he took the Basilica of St. Peter in Rome as his model. Even the production of Bibles shows that neither Rome nor the Bible was a single, fixed thing. In the mid-9th century, scribes at Tours produced large one-volume Bibles in a refined form of Caroline script, carefully arranged and corrected. Other centers copied separate biblical books or gospel collections and developed their own rich styles of decoration. The most luxurious manuscripts were usually gospel books, with brightly colored miniatures and elaborate initials. Workshops at different courts and monasteries created distinctive schools of illumination, some influenced by antique or Byzantine models, others more experimental. Manuscripts such as the Utrecht Psalter later inspired artists in places like Canterbury, spreading Carolingian visual ideas beyond the Frankish world. Book production lay at the core of the Carolingian revival, but it was not limited to Bibles and liturgical works. Learned monks and clerics wrote and copied theology, commentaries, encyclopedias, saints' lives, poetry, moral treatises, and school texts. Centers such as Fulda and Reichenau became especially important. Debates over doctrine, such as disputes about predestination involving Gottschalk and John Scotus Eriugena, show how lively intellectual life could be, even if final decisions often depended as much on powerful bishops like Hincmar of Reims as on pure argument. History writing also flourished under Carolingian rule. From the mid-8th century onwards, members of the ruling family sponsored continuations of older chronicles. Some early works clearly served as propaganda, portraying the Carolingians as chosen by God. Later, various sets of annals recorded events year by year, while other writers produced longer narratives and biographies of kings. The Life of Charlemagne, written by Einhard, and later works on Louis the Pious and Charles the Bald, show how royal lives became part of the cultural landscape. Carolingian culture was not confined to Francia. Rome kept its own long traditions, especially in church building and mosaics that echoed earlier 6th and 7th century models. Italy, more broadly, had its own rich artistic heritage, including Lombard architecture and sculpture, stucco decoration, and wall painting in places like Brescia, Cividale, and the Alpine region show both continuity and innovation. In language, too, there was a complex picture. Spoken Latin continued to change and diverge regionally, gradually turning into early forms of Romance languages, while the educated elite increasingly used a more standardized, grammatically correct Latin taught in schools. This widened the gap between written and spoken language. The cultural program also had consequences for the use of Germanic languages. As churchmen east of the Rhine tried to instruct non-Latin speakers, they began to write religious texts in local dialects. Old English legal texts and scriptural paraphrases appeared in England. In the Frankish world, biblical and liturgical words were glossed and translated. By the 9th century, substantial Christian works in Old Saxon and Old High German were being composed, including poetic retellings of Genesis and of the Gospel story, as well as a gospel harmony by Ottfried of Weissenburg. Secular heroic poems were also recorded, though only fragments survive, such as the Hildebrandslide and, later, the Ludwigslide, about a battle against Vikings. The impact of Carolingian culture thus spread across and beyond the empire. It may have influenced court life in Asturias, and certainly reached the British Isles. Frankish churchmen took part in synods in England, and Carolingian ideas about reform and education echoed in English church councils. Some English manuscripts show clear Carolingian stylistic influence, and metalwork and other arts also absorbed elements of the new classical style. At the same time, the great insular tradition continued, and the precise relationship between the Carolingian Renaissance and 9th century English cultural achievements is still not fully understood, especially given the disruptions caused by Viking attacks. Although Norse raiders destroyed monasteries and caused widespread fear, their cultural influence during the 9th century was actually smaller than the earlier Germanic impact of the 5th and 6th centuries. They still formed new political powers in places like England and Ireland, and these new realms developed their own artistic languages. In northern England, stone carvings can be grouped into two clear phases, one before the Scandinavian arrival and another after. The older carvings show flowing vines and interlace patterns, while later work favors rough animal shapes and warrior imagery. Traditional stone crosses continued to appear, but their decoration began to show figures from Norse legend. New burial monuments, known today as hogbacks, also became common at this time. Some of what we know about Viking courts comes from sagas written centuries later, though they sometimes preserve older praise poems for early kings. Raiding also meant valuable objects from Anglo-Saxon and Carolingian lands were carried back into Scandinavia. Efforts to convert the Danes and increased contact with the German realm pushed places like Jelling to adopt many Frankish cultural elements. In England, most early kingdoms fell apart, yet Wessex remained strong. Its survival depended heavily on a renewal of learning and religion under King Alfred, 871 to 899. Alfred believed divine support and protection came from proper worship and knowledge, so he encouraged education and insisted that clergy supervise moral life closely. Books he considered essential were translated into English so more people could read them, including works by Gregory the Great, Orosius, Bede, and Boethius. His program built a foundation for English writing that reached its high point in the sermons of Elfric, who died in 1025. Even though Alfred saved Wessex, the unification of all England was achieved by later rulers, especially Athelstan, 924 to 939. Creating one kingdom required more than military victories. A key part of the process was the movement of saints' relics from northern shrines to southern churches. Relics represented both the Christian heritage remembered through Bede's history and the identities of different regions. When relocation was impossible, as in the case of Saint Cuthbert, rulers instead showed respect through rich gifts such as decorated manuscripts. A wide religious renewal that first grew strong in places like Cluny, Gorze, and Fleury also reached England. One of its leading English figures, Ethelwold of Winchester, re-established strict monastic rules and helped make Winchester a major center of book production. Under King Edgar, beautiful biblical manuscripts and grand liturgical books were created there. The architectural style of the Old Minster, especially its powerful western tower, reflected older Carolingian influences, signaling Winchester's importance in the New English kingdom. West Francia and Lotharingia played a central role in this movement, and their monasteries produced respected writers. One well-known scholar was Abbo of Fleury, who led a monastery and wrote saints' biographies. Cathedral schools also became important centers of study, particularly in Reims under Archbishop Gerbert, who later became pope as Sylvester II and influenced the reforming ambitions of Emperor Otto III. The Ottonian family rose from Saxon lands on the eastern edge of the old Carolingian territories. Their culture had a strong regional base, with planned settlements like Magdeburg marking eastern expansion. New churches and monasteries were built, and the church at Gernrode remains an outstanding example. Yet the Ottonians also turned toward traditional Carolingian centers of power. Otto I placed his brother Bruno in Cologne as archbishop, and the Empress Theophano, widow of Otto II, sponsored major building projects there. Aachen, Charlemagne's old capital, became especially meaningful. Otto III honored Charlemagne deeply, even opening his tomb around the year 1000. The Ottonians followed the Carolingian path by seeking authority in Italy and Rome, and in 962 Otto I was crowned emperor. Their style absorbed Byzantine elements as well, since Theophano was related to the Eastern imperial family. The historian Liutprand, however, described Byzantium with hostility, showing the tension behind this cultural exchange. Otto III dreamed of renewing Rome, but died in 1002 after being driven from the city. Still, his circle helped spark a new flowering of art and learning that continued under Henry II. Their scriptoria produced luxurious illustrated books, richly covered and filled with gold. These works echoed Carolingian styles, but developed more narrative scenes and a distinct visual language. The Ottonian world placed strong emphasis on the suffering and kingship of Christ. Relics connected with the Passion, such as the Holy Lance, were treated as imperial treasures. When Otto III's body returned to Cologne during Holy Week in 1002, the ceremonies mirrored the story of Christ's final days. This devotion appeared in painted manuscripts, towering crucifixes, and new liturgical forms. Music changed dramatically. New chants, sequences, and tropes were created in centers like Reichenau, Liège, St. Gallen, and Winchester. Notation systems multiplied, and organs and other instruments became more common. Early forms of sacred drama also appeared, especially during ceremonies like Holy Week. Members of the Ottonian dynasty, both male and female, supported learning and sponsored manuscripts. Writers dedicated works such as Widukind's Chronicle to them. Yet they did not build a large educational system like the Carolingians. Instead, they relied mainly on a few monasteries, Reichenau, Corvey, and Fulda, to produce their finest books. Their cultural revival was therefore narrower, but still powerful. Both Carolingians and Ottonians imagined themselves restoring a Christian empire shaped by Rome and Scripture. Through reforms in monasteries, scholarship, worship, and education, they helped weave intellectual threads across Western Europe, creating moments of unity within a world filled with diversity. The ruling elite of Byzantium still carried the memory of their empire's former greatness and were reluctant to honor neighboring peoples they considered uncivilized. Even well-educated diplomats were not encouraged to write detailed descriptions of foreign societies. After the age of Justinian, such writings became rare, and this change reflects a deeper shift in Eastern Christian thought. Earlier Greek tradition valued observation, reasoning, and careful study of the physical world, but this attitude weakened. In the 6th century, Cosmas argued that the world was not a sphere, insisting instead that the sky was stretched over a flat earth like a canopy. His way of thinking rejected evidence and became influential among Eastern scholars. As this mindset spread, Byzantine writers grew even less willing to describe cultures outside their own system. Foreign rulers were often dismissed as illegitimate or temporary, and many scholars feared that too much curiosity about outsiders might lead to accusations of disloyalty. Despite official caution, some scholars who traveled on embassies to Muslim lands exchanged ideas privately. One such figure, known as John the Grammarian, may have gained access to astronomical information during diplomatic work in the East. Yet none of this appeared in official written accounts, which usually focused on defending Orthodox doctrine and criticizing Islam. This stood in contrast to late Roman writers such as Priscus and Menander, who recorded vivid reports from barbarian courts. Priscus described life among Attila's followers, repeating conversations with merchants and chiefs who openly compared Roman and nomad ways of life. These stories sometimes portrayed foreigners as honorable and Roman society as corrupt, using outsiders to reflect on the empire's own flaws. Menander later wrote about dealings with Turkish leaders in a similar way. Such writing was possible when the empire still held confidence and strength. By the mid-6th century, writers like Agathias still boasted that Roman travelers could move freely across the earth because the emperor's authority stretched far. Soon afterward, that confidence faded. Imperial biographies lost their impact, and diplomats no longer wrote lively narratives about encounters with foreign powers. The issue was not lack of contact, but loss of certainty. By the 10th century, information about borderlands continued to reach Constantinople, but these reports were intended mainly for military planning and were kept within the palace. The emperor was expected to possess knowledge that others did not. The few surviving surveys of foreign peoples written in this period came from emperors themselves. Constantine VII created a detailed manual for his heir describing various nations, their customs, climates, and the dangers or benefits they posed to Byzantium. He drew on older accounts from Priscus and Menander as well as newer reports, though the material was uneven and the final result often disorganized. Large events, such as the expansion of Arab rule in the Mediterranean, received little structure, showing how difficult it was to connect old sources with new information. Even so, the work reveals how an attentive ruler viewed the world. Constantine described northern groups such as the Hungarians, Khazars, and Rus in greater detail because they threatened imperial lands directly. The Rus were treated as a special danger since they could approach Constantinople by sea, unless the emperor kept the Pechenegs friendly. Peoples who only troubled border regions were given less space. His picture of the world shows a defensive empire surrounded by scattered raiders and shifting alliances, monitored from strategic positions like Crimea and Armenia. Missionaries worked among groups such as the Alans, and foreign rulers sometimes visited Constantinople for baptism. Yet these real interactions did not fit neatly into Constantine's ideal image of universal Roman authority, so they were often left out of his written survey. One Western observer, Liutprand of Cremona, viewed the empire differently. He described the Greeks with a mixture of admiration and distance, praising their piety and the magnificence of the imperial palace. His writing covered the Mediterranean world, its Christian powers, and the raids of Muslim forces. Yet he wrote as an outsider, speaking to fellow Western readers who knew little about Byzantium. By his time, travel between East and West had become more dangerous due to Hungarian attacks on land routes and the Muslim control of many sea passages, including Crete and parts of southern Italy. Contacts never disappeared, but they became harder and less frequent. It is within this setting that Liutprand expressed curiosity toward Byzantium, but also frustration when diplomatic aims failed, especially when he sought a marriage alliance for Otto I and was rejected. Afterward, he mocked Greek fashion and customs, contrasting them with the simpler warrior culture of his Saxon patrons. Other writers in the Christian West wrote from more scattered centers. They did not form a single literary tradition like that of Constantinople, Their works varied widely, but most shared a Christian worldview shaped by scripture and early church teaching. Orosius produced one of the first Christian interpretations of world history, arguing that human suffering began with sin rather than the rise of Christianity. He kept the classical division of the world into 3 parts and described the Mediterranean most clearly, leaving the distant barbarian lands vague. Northern readers later copied his work because it helped them locate themselves in the wider Christian narrative, even though their own regions barely appeared in it. Isidore of Seville later expanded this effort, gathering knowledge from many older sources and explaining the natural world through Christian meaning. He offered clear diagrams of earth, sky, and seasons so that people with few books could still understand creation. His writings did not encourage speculation, but they gave readers a portable guide to interpreting unfamiliar places and events. Bede, working far away in northern England, drew from these traditions. His history told how English peoples converted from paganism to Christianity over generations. He emphasized that unity was not guaranteed and that many kings could have chosen different paths. Bede praised the victory of Roman Christian practice over Celtic alternatives and saw his age as one in which distant journeys for missionary work or pilgrimage were acts of devotion. He described priests who crossed the sea to preach among Germanic tribes, sometimes suffering death for their mission. Travel was not only practical movement, but also spiritual struggle. This idea appeared in stories from many lands, where wandering for Christ was seen as a holy calling. Despite dangerous travel and the decline of Mediterranean trade, devotion to pilgrimage and evangelization increased. Missionaries traveled through northern lands, risking hardship and hoping for martyrdom. Others went to Rome or Jerusalem to honor sacred sites. The papacy served as a spiritual center for rulers seeking guidance, though Rome did not organize systematic missionary programs. The influence of the papacy grew gradually, supported by the prestige of relics and canon law rather than direct control. Charlemagne later imagined his realm as a new Christian unity. He expanded his territory, corresponded with distant rulers, and sponsored missions to Scandinavia. Scholars at his court attempted to describe the world more accurately. They calculated time, charted geography, and recorded news from far regions. Later, King Alfred of Wessex continued this curiosity, asking a Norwegian sailor named Otere to describe northern seas and peoples. Interest in exploration and knowledge grew alongside traditional piety, combining respect for holy places with fascination for unknown lands. Carolingian Europe was not sealed off. Trade moved through river routes to the Baltic and beyond. Scandinavian traders and raiders learned the coasts well and exchanged weapons, silver, and slaves. Even Viking attacks show how valuable European goods were to outsiders. Some Scandinavian leaders accepted baptism, sometimes out of genuine belief, sometimes to gain political advantage. Harold Bluetooth converted after witnessing what he believed was a miracle, and he later strengthened his rule with Christian symbols and fortifications. Similar changes occurred in Poland and Hungary, where rulers saw Christianity as a path to greater authority and recognition. The Rus, ruling along river networks to the Black Sea, also balanced between pagan traditions and Christian influence. Their princess Olga was baptized in Constantinople and later requested missionaries from Otto, though early attempts failed. Her grandson Vladimir at first tried to establish his own state religion. but resistance convinced him to look outward. After studying the practices of various monotheistic peoples, he finally accepted Christianity from Byzantium in exchange for military support and an imperial bride. This brought not only priests, but also builders, artists, and coin makers, linking the Rus more closely to the Eastern Christian world. With the Rus leaders becoming Christian around 988, other ambitious outsiders had even more reason to join the religion of those who seemed to be winning. Commanders of large war bands in Scandinavia could now treat the spread of Christianity as part of what it meant to be a real ruler. One example is Olaf Tryggvason. After being baptized following his campaigns in England in the mid-1990s, he returned to Norway and tried to force both his own power and the Christian faith on his people at the same time. All this happened while ideas about order, rank, and authority were also changing very quickly. In this setting, Otto III appears as a kind of intense experiment. In him, we see several things at once: a push to make imperial power more visible in Italy, the spiritual passion of a very clever young man who mixed personal concern for his own salvation with the religious energy of monks and scholars, and a deliberate turn toward symbolism and holy connections at a time when military conquest no longer promised big gains. These sides of him do not clash with each other. It is normal that a ruler who died at 21 would act with strong and shifting emotions. Otto used both ancient signs of sacred and imperial order, and at the same time tried to recognize the ambitions of new elites forming in the east and the north. He gave attention not only to older centers such as Rome and Aachen, but also to rising powers like Venice and Poland. Through these links and gestures, he hoped to hold the German lands together within a wider network. When Otto first came to Rome in 996, the city itself was not his main goal. What really mattered to him was securing the papal office for his cousin, who became Gregory V. Otto wanted a pope he could rely on to help sort out church disputes in many places, from Reims to Prague and the bishoprics beyond the Elbe. But in order to keep this cooperation, he had to get deeply involved in Roman politics. In 998, he removed a rival pope, had him mutilated, and executed his chief supporter, John Crescentius, who held the powerful urban title of city prefect. By the end of the 990s, Otto was trying to build a special bond with Rome. He took up residence on the Palatine Hill, where the old imperial palaces had once stood, and organized grand ceremonies that echoed ancient imperial style. This was a direct challenge to older ideas that linked the city to other kinds of authority. The high ranks, titles, and marks of honor he gave to allies were aimed partly at impressing Roman society, showing that Otto now decided who was important in the city. He also promoted the Virgin Mary as Rome's heavenly protector and ordered hymns to be written in her honor. Some observers, like Bruno of Querfurt, criticized him for giving too much wealth and favor to the Romans above all others. At the same time, Otto used similar methods beyond the old imperial borders. His visit to Poland shows this clearly. He went to Gniezno to pray at the tomb of Adalbert, a missionary bishop he admired, who had been killed by pagan Prussians in 997. There, Otto declared that Gniezno should become an archbishop's seat and exchanged rich gifts with the Polish ruler, Bolesław. By recognizing a separate archbishopric, Otto helped to shape Poland into a more clearly defined Christian kingdom. In another ceremony, he gave Bolesław a copy of the sacred spear and placed his own crown on Bolesław's head, calling him a brother and partner in imperial affairs. For rulers on the edges of Europe, such treatment gave them what they wanted: royal status and church structure. Otto could not stop these new powers from growing, but he could try to guide and bless their rise by granting crowns and holy symbols from his own hand. In the year 1000, Otto sent a crown and a gilded spear to Stephen, the Hungarian ruler, whose people had once been a serious threat to the empire. He also supported the creation of a new archbishopric for the Hungarian lands. These actions became more meaningful because they were carried out with the help of his new pope, Gerbert, who took the name Sylvester. No pope had used that name since the time of Constantine the Great, and the choice hinted that Otto wanted to be seen as a second Constantine. Documents from 1001 and around that time describe Otto as the faithful supporter and spreader of the holy churches and as a servant of the apostles, stressing his role in missionary work. Otto's mixture of firm control in Rome and active involvement in spreading the faith was something new. It appealed to rulers who wanted to join the Christian political world, but also keep and strengthen their own power at home. Bolesław, described as a friend and ally of the Roman people, traveled with Otto to Aachen and watched him open Charlemagne's tomb. In this way, Otto used the prestige of the past and the hopes of up-and-coming leaders to build a kind of shared imperial vision based less on conquest and more on agreement, ritual, and mutual recognition. He was also negotiating a marriage with the Eastern Empire. In early 1002, a princess born in the purple arrived in Italy to marry him. Their union would have symbolized cooperation between the rulers of Rome and Constantinople, with any future children embodying that balance. Otto's sudden death, before he could meet her, ended this plan. The idea of Eastern and Western Christian emperors jointly presiding over old imperial centers and many distant peoples faded with him. Modern readers often treat the year 1000 as a sharp turning point, but people living at the time did not necessarily see it that way. For example, the English record of that year simply notes that the king led a destructive campaign in Cumberland, that his ships tried, but failed, to join him by sailing around to Chester, and that they instead raided the Isle of Man. It also mentions that enemy ships visited the lands of a certain foreign ruler that summer. By contrast, a monk named Ralph Glaber, writing a few decades later, did think the round number 1000 was meaningful and used it as a focus in his history. He wrote that around this time, people in Italy and Gaul began building churches on a large scale, as if the world were throwing off its old clothes and putting on a bright new covering of churches. He also said that many people traveled to Jerusalem, and that many important men, bishops, dukes, and counts, died around then. Yet, when we compare his statements to other evidence, his dates are rough, and some of the people he lists actually died years later. For him, the symbolic meaning mattered more than exact timing. He thought the year 1033, 1,000 years after the Passion of Christ, was even more important. Ralph also believed that after 1000, especially in Italy and Gaul, new types of laymen and churchmen appeared whose lives were worth following as examples. He saw his own time as building on, but also standing apart from, what came before. Other writers of the 11th and 12th centuries shared this sense of connection to the past. Many of them started their accounts by retelling events from earlier centuries, sometimes going back as far as the 5th or even earlier. They also copied and reused older histories, such as biographies of early rulers and accounts of former peoples. In their minds, they owed a great deal to the scholars and leaders of the early medieval and Carolingian years, and they respectfully listed them among their intellectual ancestors. The achievements of rulers from the early medieval period, especially their conversions to Christianity and their support for the faith, continued to inspire later leaders. Otto III had already opened Charlemagne's tomb, but it was Emperor Frederick Barbarossa in 1165 who arranged for Charlemagne to be recognized formally as a saint, after which a liturgical cult in his honor spread widely. From Otto I onward, up until the early 16th century, 30 German rulers were crowned in Aachen, underlining the lasting pull of Carolingian memory. By contrast, some modern historians have drawn too simple a picture of the early 11th century, speaking in very broad terms about chaos and sudden change, often based mainly on events in limited parts of France. In reality, a complicated political, social, religious, and legal system cannot be transformed overnight. Differences between regions already existed in the 9th century. For example, the Eastern Frankish kingdom used fewer royal laws and minted less coinage than the Western kingdom. In some places, like Eastern Francia and in England, royal leadership actually became stronger in response to outside attacks, such as those of the Magyars or the Viking armies. Still, there were real changes alongside elements of continuity. Around the year 1000 and in the decades that followed, aristocratic power became more clearly defined and more closely tied to military organization, local control, and legal structures. These developments affected the strength and reach of central rulers. As one historian has pointed out, local power blocks became the basic pieces out of which later more centralized governments were built in the 12th century. This process took time, and even in kingdoms like England and Germany, where older traditions were stronger, similar shifts took place over roughly the next 100 years. In this sense, the period around 1000 is a reasonable place to pause when looking at political and social history in Western Europe, because from then on, any layman, peasant, or churchman had to reckon with the firm reality of local noble power. Long-term economic growth around this time is also important. Scholars have noted that we must look over many centuries to see how medieval economic institutions evolved, especially since written evidence is uneven. The same is true of religious change. Later reformers in the 11th century believed they were sweeping away the decay of earlier times, but this view was part of their own self-presentation and should not be taken at face value. Deep roots of reform ideas, practices, and tensions stretch back well before 1000. In fact, the close connection between sacred and secular life in the early Middle Ages provided a strong base from which later reforms could grow once people began to redraw the lines between those two spheres. The reign of Otto III can be seen as the last expression of an older pattern, even as new conditions were emerging. Europe was sending out branches in many directions: religious, political, and cultural. Missionary activity continued in the East. In 1008, Bruno of Querfurt, who had once criticized Otto's love for Rome, set out to convert the Pechenegs, whom he saw as especially fierce pagans. He assumed that the land of the Rus, at the edge of which he began his journey into the steppe, was now Christian. Newly formed kingdoms on Europe's borders served as launch pads for taking Christianity even farther. At that time, Eastern churchmen were still seen as part of this broad Christian effort, not as strangers. In the mid-11th century, Armenian bishops worked in Iceland, and there were small churches in Greenland, though not in the short-lived Scandinavian settlements on the North American coast. While some of the first churches were being built in Greenland, other signs of change were visible further south. Near the end of the 10th century, a report claims that many merchants from Amalfi were killed in Cairo. The exact number may be exaggerated, but the story shows that Italian traders were active deep within the Nile region. They had already set up a base in Constantinople earlier in the century. Around the same time, a formal document granted commercial privileges to Venetian merchants and to the goods carried in their ships. This tells us that more and more people wanted access to the markets of Constantinople, and that Venetian fleets were becoming important, not only as traders but also as potential carriers of troops. Trade remained limited in scale and mostly passed through middlemen from cities such as Amalfi and Venice, but the pattern is clear. Small groups of merchants, adventurers, and pilgrims, often competing with each other, would drive much of the activity in the Mediterranean. Although Europe was divided into many rival power groups, it was also tied together by shared beliefs, customs, and values. By the end of the 10th century, forces were forming that no emperor could fully control. These energies would soon press outward against Muslim-ruled Sicily and Spain, and would eventually affect Byzantium itself. The broader story of this long period is one of many separate developments that slowly interacted and combined. Over roughly 6 centuries, the Latin Christian world extended its horizons and constantly met other peoples and lands. It created a landscape that was both varied and connected. To understand these centuries properly, we need to study politics, society, economy, religion, and culture together, and always keep in mind the limits of our evidence. With all the breaks and continuities described, this era was crucial for what came later. It was during the early Middle Ages that the foundations of the Europe we know today were laid.